while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Riga, Latvia, in week one of the ISU Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with my friend and colleague, Mark Hanratty. Now, Mark, before we get to the men's event, the short program, a little bit about Ilya Malinin, the world champion from Montreal.
Yeah, what took place in Montreal at the World Senior Championships in March of this year was just phenomenal. And the quad god Ilya Malinin blowing everybody's expectations of what is possible and what may be necessary now in the men's event.
Now, we have a couple of special projects we're working on throughout this series. You'll see some guest commentators and also some interviews from past famous skaters as well. Lots coming your way during the Junior Grand Prix Series. What can we expect here in the short program and the ISU on the week one?
So in this coming men's short program, we've got 27 men from 23 different skating nations, all battling it out to take the title in the first stop of the Junior Grand Prix this year. The final event on day one here, the men's short program, begins right now.
Welcome, everyone, to the final event on day one, and my voice is almost gone as we take a look at the twilight, beautiful night scenes here in Riga as we look at the Volvo Sports Center, home to, I think, number 8 of Junior Grand Prix here.
And they really are looking after us incredibly well. We've been entertained in the break between the pairs short program and this upcoming men's short program with ice cream being handed out to everybody in the arena, such as the warmth and the welcome of the Latvians.
Yeah, we were doing a nice stand-up outside, and we had some ice cream come by like the old days with the ice cream truck, right? We have the first group of men on the ice for the warm-up.
And a great chance to see, as has been the case already in the first two events competed today, some new skaters to the Junior Grand Prix, and the likes of Shunsuke Nakamura, who will compete later on, a more seasoned campaigner on the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
It'll be interesting to see, Mark, you know, over the past few seasons we've talked about that the women have been much more consistent as we take a look at the officials for this event in their programs than the men have been. The men are growing a lot at this stage of their life, and so it gets a little bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting and sometimes contentious point about the maturation rate for the men and the women, but there's no doubt being a teenager is the point where we enter into adulthood and we change, and the Junior Grand Prix, the skaters in the singles discipline have to be under the age of 19 by 1st of July of this year, and men and women develop at different rates, and sometimes that's paid into the consistency and inconsistencies in the two different disciplines.
And you can certainly have young men at age 13 going up against 18-year-olds, and there's a lot of growth that happens between those years.
Yeah, completely. And so we can see, wanted to cast out, we can see men versus boys, and obviously then they come into that with a whole load of different attributes, and some of which can be really positive, because sometimes we see the younger skaters, whilst they've had less time on the ice, they have a blissful naivety and a laissez-faire, carefree attitude, which can be sometimes really beneficial in the way they approach the competition. And then of course there can be others that at the age of 18, maybe even 19, who have a confidence and a self-assurity that's been developed and honed over the past 5 years or so.
So could you pinpoint for those who don't know much about skating the difference between the junior men and the senior men in regards to what they're working on now to become seniors? I mean, certainly they don't land quite as solidly, if you will, as the senior would. the trained and also the maturity and the connection to the music.
Yeah, as a vast generalization, of course, there are always exceptions to the rule. We do tend to see in the senior category a much increased technical content in the men's discipline, so we were more inclined to see many more quadruple jumps in the senior category, so a later developmental rate in the men's event than in the women's event. So often in the women's event, their most difficult technical content is often the same in juniors and in seniors. The men tend to add more of a technical arsenal to their repertoire as they head into the seniors.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of detail in the programming of the junior men because they're really focused on learning the jump and the spin elements. So you'll see a little bit less. Periodically we do, and I think we're going to see one here today.
And that's really fascinating. We have some competitors in this men's event, some of which we've seen quadruple lutz done in practice by the German skater that will be competing, and then which is obviously an incredible technical feat, one of, until Ilya Malin came along, the most difficult jumps in our sport's history. And then we will see the likes of a whole level of refinement and polish. And then Anthony Paradis from Canada, who brings creativity and a showmanship, which is right up there with some of the greatest entertainers in the senior men's field as well.
Yeah, completely independent and individual.
Yeah, and it's exciting to have those kind of characters and entertainers, and I think that's what the sport wants and needs. And it's very, very interesting when we look at the viewership and the fanship of the sport. We have referenced already the fact that we will be joined next week by the great Jason Brown. Now, Jason Brown, the American star skater, has never won an ISU championship medal, has no world medal to his name, and yet he has a fan following based upon his performance ability.
He could be the most popular non-medal winner or world medal winner. Yes. Just absolutely outstanding. And even with skating people like ourselves, watching him skate is seeing something special. I mean, there's no question, Melina, that's fantastic from an athletic perspective, and he's getting better with the PCs, but watching Jason Brown skate is purity.
Yeah, completely. And I think for many, maybe perhaps the more seasoned fans of the sport, it's those that move them on a more emotional basis that tend to be the ones that they will remember most.
Yeah.
But the sport is, there's a judging system which understandably has to have some tangible criteria which it rewards, and consequently increased technical score has a big impact, of course, and understandably.
Yeah, and everybody has a bit of different strategy based on their strengths and weaknesses, right?
But it's been interesting. I've been fortunate enough to be, as you have, in the arena for the Senior World Championships in Japan last season, and then Montreal just a few months ago. And we've seen the likes of Jason and Kevin Amos, other skaters who don't have as much technical difficulty, still make top groups, still really resonate with the and be successful.
Well, Adam, see who him fought last year at the World Championships. One of the highlights coming from, 19th to the podium?
Biggest jump ever in standings between a short program and a free skate. And what he did in that event with the somersault has changed the criteria, because this year skaters are allowed for the first season ever.
No points are allocated to it, but they certainly can do the backflip.
No longer legal.
Illegal.
Illegal.
Okay, there we go. Our first competitor in the men's short program, Daniil Valanov from Norway, 15 years old. This is his second Junior Grand Prix season. He was 36 at the Junior Worlds last year and is current Norwegian junior champion. 49.33 is personal best at the Junior Worlds last year, skating to I Love You by Woodkid.
Daniil Valanov, the Norwegian skater, opens up the men's short program at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, and you can see as Daniil heads to centre ice to take his bow, the disappointment, understandably, the slip on takeoff of the flip, the kind of mistaken fault that you can't really plan or prepare for, and deeply frustrating for this skater as he leaves the ice.
Yeah, one mistake seemed to sort of dribble into another one and just lost control of where he was in the air and the check out on the landings. But, you know, not the performance that he wanted, but things to be gained still here, experience.
And just there stepping out of that triple loose in combination with double toe. And here, a bit of pre-rotation, you can see the foot places into the ice almost forwards, and that causing the complete slip. And there again, mistake on the double axel. And it's a shame, Ted, because Coach Yuri had explained how much work that they have done on the skating skills. They've included and added to their coaching team the help of Polish Olympic ice dancer Maksim Spodiriev. They know what was necessary. They know they need to push their program component scores. And he's really supported Daniil by Yuri and his wife, the other coach, Kristina. And they do a great job in supporting him. They train in a Norwegian club located on the fjords of Bergen. So they're not exposed to lots of other world-class skaters. He's very reliant upon the information on his coaches, and they do a great job. But just today, one of those days.
Yeah. And you can see really immense disappointment in this young man, and, you know, a loss for words, and, you know, how do you get it back? But, you know, you have about 10 minutes or 15 minutes after the program to be sort of despondent in a way with emotion, and then things start to settle down, particularly if the coach starts to work with you to get it back and focus on the free program.
Yeah, and the men will have the day of rest before the free skate on Saturday, so they have an extra little bit of time in which to compose themselves and regather their thoughts. And
practice sessions as well.
Yes, yes.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for Daniil. 35.46 for the short program. First skater out in this competition. Our next competitor represents Slovakia. Lukas Vaclavik, 17 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season. A lot of international experience in European competition over the past few seasons. National Slovakian junior silver medalist. He has a 65.04, really good score in the short program, earning that last season in Istanbul. And he will skate to Symphony number 7 by Beethoven.
And a cartwheel with a round off to finish for Lukas Vaclavik from Slovakia, the skater that's just demonstrated a huge improvement in the past few months.
Oh, it's amazing. I just asked you off air, have you seen him before? And you say he was in Istanbul, which I covered as well. I'm going, well, I didn't notice him then, but I sure noticed him now. That was amazing.
Just an incredible transformation, and he explained that he has a new coaching team and says that he wants this to be redemption from the early parts of last season, which were so rough. And that's a big redemption.
Yeah, he's certainly doing that. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this program. But solid technique, but more than that, detail in performance. It's a triple axel right on top. Beautiful speed in and out. Look at all the turns coming out of there on one foot. There's the triple lutz, patient, free leg back, triple toe loop. Lots of upper body movement, but still firm posture.
And you just sense such a self-belief in this performance, because he acknowledged that last year was tough and that the season preparations were rough. You didn't sense that he was carrying pressure and responsibility for redemption, rather just indisputable belief that he would go out and showcase what we've just seen.
You know, personal redemption. You know, like he wanted to make, he knew he could be this good, and he wanted to show it, and he did today. That was solid.
I really loved the attack on the triple axel.
Well, 65.04 is his personal best. I think you're going to see that beaten by quite a bit here.
Lucas cites Javi Fernandez as a big inspiration. And you can see some of that performance ability from the Spanish former world champion.
And there's his coach, Sergei Rozanov.
And that Sergei, part of the new coaching team, responsible for such great improvements. We can spy some ice cream being handed out to the skaters in the case of cry in the corner there as well.
Oh yeah, you're right. Look at that, 73.52. He destroys his personal best from before, takes over the lead early on in this competition. But what a debut here in 2024 for Luka.
And you sense that the coach thinks, yeah, that'll do for now, but more expected.
Yeah, exactly. Our next competitor represents Germany, Genrikh Gartung, 16 years old, and according to the bio, this is his first Junior Grand Prix event and international competition. And he'll skate to Amber by the Garden and the Tree.
little bit of a mixed bag in the performance for Genrikh Gartung, the German skater, competing in his first Junior Grand Prix. A snapshot into perhaps some of the jumping skill that we'll see. We've seen quad loops in practice. Junior men not allowed to include a quadruple jump in their short program.
Well, we've already seen 2 triple axels in the men's short program. You know, pretty good standard to start with, but as you said, it's an open draw, so we'll see what happens the rest of the way, but nice job.
And you have to wonder whether or not his comfort with quad loops paved a little bit of a mistake for the triple-triple combination that he had as the last jumping pass in the short.
And there's the triple axel. He gets the free leg out, just curls around on the landing, so not carrying a lot of flow. There's the triple lutz, and too late with that free leg to get it back to pick for the triple toe loop. So that got all mucked up. Only getting the value for the triple lutz at a 3.54 for that one element.
For those less familiar with the scoring system, the triple lutz triple toe that the previous skater did had over 10 points. So you can see what was lost there, which is not a reflection of his skill, because Genrikh's certainly capable of delivering a very positive grade of execution on his triple-triple, as his coaches Nico and Ria join him in the kiss and cry.
It's interesting, he reacted, you know, he had to step out of that, but he went into triple toe knowing that that wasn't going to count, but probably reactionary, you know, which is not a bad thing.
No, I'm trained
I mean, it doesn't count in the short, but, you know.
Trained to
keep
amass
going.
whatever can be done.
Yeah. He's just 16, so he certainly has some time to continue to develop in juniors, already with a good base ability.
And you sense as we see the kiss and cry scenes, just a reaction to the pattern that's so important for the skaters. Just Nico suggesting that the pattern was a little bit off in regards to perhaps some of the mistakes, but still a pat of the thigh, shrug of the shoulder, acknowledging Nico's been there before himself. He's competed internationally successfully, quadruple jump or 2.
And it's interesting, the pattern is so important for its consistency. You think you can just do it on any pattern, and you have to try, but it doesn't work quite as well. 54.56 for Genrikh, and that'll put him currently into second place. Our next competitor represents Sweden, 18-year-old Hugo Bostedt. This is his second Junior Grand Prix season. Competed in Linz and Budapest last year. National Junior silver medalist. 51.57 is his personal best in the short program, earning that in Linz last season. Skating to Don Quixote.
Hugo Bostedt for Sweden, and very, very interesting choice of music. And I have to say, actually, I think choreographically the composition of it was really on point. The phrasing, the spins really good, the phrasing and the exits of the spins, and the movement choices totally appropriate. Hugo doesn't necessarily have the body alignment that the ballet dancer skating to Don Quixote would have, but maybe this has been a tactical, conscientious choice to choose something that would force the skater to amass a better body alignment.
It's true, and it looks like he likes the music, and he wants it, but it's the detail of pointed toes, straight back, you know, arms, just the small details, how you hold your hands, because it is ballet, and you know, it's just a little bit rough, but the intent is good, and he feels that was really nice. There's a triple flip on a big lean, has to take the fall, gets right back up into the program, and that camel spin is just really weak at this stage of his development. And you know, just those details that I don't want to say aren't hard to fix. They are hard to fix. You spend time on it, but they're not like doing a quad axel.
Well, it's like with Hugo, not many men in this event will have the elevation that he had on the triple Lutz triple toes, such strength in his thighs to generate the elevation that he does. But with that strength, sometimes comes a lack of flexibility, and the lack of flexibility impacts upon the shapes made.
He's an athlete, no question, and he just needs to refine that athletic ability. But that's what juniors, that's where they start. That's where they are. And
I have to say, I think actually significantly better already than last year, and so definitely moving in the correct direction. He'll just a shame for him that he'll be disappointed.
Paying attention to details is exhausting for the athlete. You're going, I thought my toe was pointed. You know, it's behind me. I can't see it. Right, so you have to feel it, and that takes time.
In the judging system, there isn't necessarily a tangible criteria for extension or toe point. There's not necessarily a huge correlation to what that will do and how that will impact the skating skills.
Yeah, but we know that it does.
Yeah.
You know it does. All you have to do is take a look at the skaters that are ahead of you, given the same technical content, of course, right? Well, 50.01 score for Hugo. That's a pretty good score, and that will put him currently into third place. Boy, polishes that up. It's going to be nice. Our next competitor represents Lithuania. Daniil Korabelnik, 17 years old. This is his third Junior Grand Prix season. Senior Lithuanian champion, 46.06 personal best. Skating to white stripes.
Lithuania's Daniil Korabelnik, who, respect to the way in which Daniil conducted himself after that opening fall, was worried about his shoulder. It was a horrible fall on the triple Lutz, and he did well to push through that frustration and potentially that pain as he shrugs his shoulders as he goes ringside coach.
He's kind of an interesting skater. He has his own style and technique and sort of groove on the ice, and as we take a look at that fall, yeah, the arm is stuck behind him, but that's a shock to the system. It took a little bit to get back into it. Comes back with a triple flip. It's okay. Nice camel position on the heel. There's the feature this year. The spread eagle out with the double axle.
And there, difficult variation in the camel spin. Again, showcasing what we commonly see when we compare the men and the women, the comparative less flexibility. You can see Daniil here, it's almost like just wants to go again, knows that's not a reflection of what he is capable of. Hopefully the Kit Kat that he's been given will soften the pain of the disappointing skate.
Okay, that's funny. I knew it was something. I didn't see it as Kit Kat, but now I do.
And you know, this is the point in time where Coach Dmitry Kozlov listens and accepts. And you can see it, for any viewers that have not competed at this standard of event, it's hard to comprehend the enormity of the occasion and how much build-up and lead-up there is to Daniil's performance. He has less than 3 minutes for which to showcase what is essentially a lifetime's of work and certainly a whole off-season's work preparing for it.
And it's interesting, much like a parent, the coach is just hoping they skate well so that the kid feels good.
Yep.
So they don't have to. So you don't have to do the work and bringing them back. But that is the work, and they getting anyone, even adults, getting them out of the slump, if you will, and getting them back into positivity is a bit of a chore sometimes. Let's take a look at the short program score. He's a 46.06 is his personal best. He's got kind of a neat style, still unrefined, 44.89, and that'll put Daniil currently into 4th place. He has, and I don't mean this in a bad way, he has kind of an attitude which is going to serve him well in the program when he gets it under control.
When channeled.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's the end of group number 1. Countdown begins. Pardon me, and I apologize for my voice. Or, no, my lack of my voice. For sure. Do we have any questions from people?
Yes, actually, this could indeed, at the start of this last event of the day, open up the forum to allow those to ask us any questions that they may have. We were treated to some great questions through the Women's Short Program.
And they do that where?
They can do that on the International Skating Union's Instagram page, and you can reply to the stories that have been posted there, and we'll be delighted to receive them and then answer them throughout the course of the competition, if not today. As I look back now to see if there are any that are unanswered as yet. Gosh. Oh, well. One of the questions coming from @LivCardi. Hi T&M, could you tell us the main rule changes to look out for this season, please? Now, we have had similar questions already, but it's no harm in covering the same ground, because, as is the case every year, the International Skating Union hosts a congress. And prior to that congress, there are some changes put forward and some suggestions for tweaks and changes. And then upon congress, those are decided upon, and consequently, the rules are sent out to our skating community, and those rules are eagerly awaited and anticipated by the coaches.
Yeah, and some of those rules that were proposed were turned down, not because they aren't good, but because they're all packaged up a little bit more. And we see some of those, like you can see the feature in a spin when they're using the going up the toe pick or on the heel. That'd be one of them. But there were more items that were proposed, like a choreographic spin, sort of freedom to do what you want with that, and that'll probably come in, down the road a little bit. Yeah,
certainly a lot of the skaters that I work with that I was choreographing for, and I'm sure this is certainly the case worldwide. There are lots of skaters at the point that I was choreographing for them who were thinking, oh, right, Mark, well, this could be a choreographic spin which is predicted to take up less music, and then as it transpired, that wasn't required, and consequently they had to fit in their 4 features for level 4 in a short space of time, and so then Some of the skaters would then have to go back to the music edit and tweak the music edit. But we predict, and that we're certainly not the voice of the ISU in this regard, but we suspect, even is a better word, that that's more likely to come in at the end or the start of a new Olympics season.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And also, many of the coaches say, why can't we know these things earlier? But you really have to finish the season. The technical committees need to have the current season finished as they go into their discussions about what type of rule changes might they propose and how would it impact the sport. And, when all the skaters are getting the same levels because they mastered it all, how do we make it more difficult? So it's a bit of a calculation, and so that process takes a couple months. And by the time the rules come out and the changes come out, many of the programs have been choreographed and have to be readjusted.
And certainly for the ice dancers who start their campaign tomorrow, the ice dance technical committee often hosts meetings at the ISU championships at the end of the season, but it's different for the ice dancers insofar as their choreography is dependent upon the theme or rhythm choices for the rhythm dance. They cannot even start choreography until they have a sense for what the rhythm is, so that is released earlier for
That's
the
true.
ice dancers.
Everybody thinks, or many people think, well, why don't they just do this? Why don't they just do that? Everybody actually tries their best.
Yeah.
Given the time frames in which they have to work in, and it isn't easy. This is for sure. But it's amazing how the skaters are so much better nowadays. They're able to adapt quicker. They don't like it. Different issue. Right?
Yeah. And I always think it's interesting when we're discussing the off-season and the point in time when the skaters come up with a new choreography or their new music choice. We've seen already throughout the course of this first day of competition many skaters who have elected to keep the same program as last season, and I think that that's more tactical in the juniors, and I can comprehend that more in the juniors because they then remove the part of the seasons and this time and the money and perhaps the expense on new costumes for new choreography and devote their energies towards the acquisition of new skills.
So if money wasn't a factor, if time wasn't a factor, would you want people to change the program every year?
From a personal perspective, it's interesting to see new material year upon year, but then there's an argument also for if it's a really wonderful program, it's great to see it again. With the Japanese pair team who won the World Championships, they had returned previously to a previous program, and I've seen that on some of the world's best. We've heard of that over the course of the last couple of decades where they've reverted back to a previous program because they knew it was a better vehicle for them for success.
Yeah, I always find, though, the repeat of a program that they get tired. Like, the program is brilliant in the beginning, but they don't execute it the way they wanted to execute it through the year. So then they keep it for another year, but by the time they get to the most important competitions, they're tired of doing the program. And although it's still good, it's not as great as it would have been. Yeah, it's a bit stale.
And it would actually be interesting for the real skating geeks, of which I consider myself one of them, but there are some that are better than I am.
You are a geek.
I'm total skating geek.
No, I said geek. I didn't say skating geek.
Yep, true.
Yeah. No.
But it'd be interesting to think if anybody can think of an occasion when a program has been brought back in a subsequent season and anyone's actually found it better.
Yeah, true enough.
Successful maybe, but I'd be interested to know if there are any examples of that.
Yeah, because I've been around for a long time. I haven't really seen one example like, oh my gosh, this is so much better than they had done it last year.
Was it Kurt Browning in Casablanca? Didn't he revert back to that?
Mm-hmm.
But it just didn't have
wasn't
that
the same.
That's just one example. I'm not dissing Kurt Browning; he's amazing. But an example of a return to program.
Well, when you have something that good, it's that good. Even if something new isn't as good, or is better, you just don't know. I'll find a few words of encouragement. So I always find the last few moments interesting.
How casual Yehor looks.
Yeah, exactly. Yehor Kurtsev from Ukraine, 14 years old, and according to his bio, Yehor has not competed internationally yet, so we welcome him to the ISU Junior Grand Prix Series. He's going to skate to Natural by Imagine Dragons. Well, what an interesting skater.
And Yehor Kurtsev, a great skate, powerful skate, passionate skate, and often I try to get a little bit of information about the skaters before the event just so we can relay some of their stories and take to social media. And as I was looking for Yehor and his backstory, I saw an Instagram story post of a bomb explosion not far from a window, and I just replied and said, "Is this close to your home?" And he said, "Yes, indeed," and that was just 2 days ago or 3 days ago. And so with that in mind, my admiration and respect for his ability to come here and deliver a clean skate with all that he has to go through is just off the scale and off the charts.
It's true. Their realities or other people's realities are not necessarily ours, and we have to pay attention to that and understand this is really an outstanding skate. Has an individual, innovative type of style himself, right? Lots of refinement yet to come, but really interesting.
Yeah, and you sense that there's a very perhaps channeled aggression in the way that he approaches his interpretation with that Imagine Dragons piece, and perfect choice for what we see in this skater. And just I have nothing but admiration for his ability to go out there and skate at all, and then to deliver a clean skate.
Well, you know, as we talked about, a sport gives you a sense of ownership to something, even if you don't own it, everything.
Yep.
And I think the sport has done that for these athletes from Ukraine, and something they hang on to and something they can enjoy in their life when surrounded by such tough times.
And I apologize, I suspect the coach's name is Olga Korovska. That's the coach listed on our biography form, but we've seen her already with the representative from Ukraine in the women's event here again, and what she must do to support her students. Doubly impactful and powerful. And this is a skater who acknowledged this is the biggest event of his career so far. He was scheduled to compete at Junior Grand Prix last year, but he had a back injury before the season started, which ruled him out. So perhaps that added to that sort of pent-up frustration and wanted to go out and showcase his ability.
He seized the moment.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the score, 61.21. That's a good score for Yehor. That'll put him currently into second place. Nice job. Our next competitor represents Poland, Ryszard Siudek, 15 years old. This is his first Junior Grand Prix event. He is coached by his mother and father, Mariusz and Dorota Siudek. More on that after Palladio by Carl Jenkins. That was a good skate.
That was a good skate, Ted, and we've talked about the parents and thinking about our investment in the sport and how we love to see the skaters do well, but I find it emotional to think of his father, who is his coach, who is standing rinkside, Mariusz Siudek, who, along with his wife Dorota Zagorska, were such successful Polish pairs skaters. And I saw him earlier today, and he said it's nerve-wracking when it's a domestic event in Poland. He said, I can't even, kind of comprehend the nerves today. And his father's such a, strong ox of a man, and I could hear his applause, not just down the corridor, but on the feet as well. You just sense the pride of a parent.
Yeah, and you could see a nice hug coming off the ice, going into the kiss and cry, so proud of his son, because, this is his first international competition at this level, and he really fought and did everything. Lots of work to do,
Yes.
polishing up and skating skills and things like that, but he delivered what he was capable of tonight.
Absolutely, and my friend Annette, who coached at the Ice Dome camp that they were working at in the summer, had explained that Ryszard just started to land triple toe, triple flip, and triple lutz just this past summer at that camp.
That's so nice.
And so then to land the triple flip here in this event is great.
That's one very proud papa.
Oh, I think that papa's probably been on an emotional roller coaster today. And, we've seen some skating parents who live vicariously through their children with some intensity. I just think
That's
Mariusz just
lightly said.
Yeah, Mariusz just seems like. I always remember when I saw him and his wife compete. He seemed a jolly fellow.
Yeah.
And I think if his son had gone out and skated terribly, he'd just be as full of love and adoration for his child.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I could be wrong, but that's what I sense.
No, I think you're right. Let's take a look at the scores. Either way, whatever the numbers are, doesn't in some ways matter here. 42.41. Oh, that's so nice. It puts him currently into 6th place. What a great story. And we met the young man a little earlier yesterday, and he looked a little bit nervous and new in this environment, and boy, did he ever come through. What a great job. Our next skater from Great Britain, Lukas Fitterer, 19 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season. He's currently ranked 6th in Junior in Great Britain. And he's going to skate the short program tonight to Feeling Good by Michael Bublé.
Birds fly high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze straight down my way, you know.
Lukas Fitterer from Great Britain. He had his 19th birthday on Monday of this week, but that's not the birthday celebration that this athlete was hoping for. Difficult skate.
Yeah, it looks like the basic mechanics are there. Not a problem. Just that the ending and the polish was not there tonight.
And what a stark contrast to Ryszard Siudek, the previous skater coming into this event. Lukas obviously has a greater understanding of skating skill and the aesthetic of his movement, but today unable to deliver the tech score like Richie did in his performance.
There's the triple toe loop. Good first one. Too much of a lean on the second one. Has to land on both feet. Takes a big hit on that triple flip. Really never got the free leg out of that.
Yeah, and both the triple and the flip, as we look at the spread eagle entry into the double axel, both of those two jumping passes, there seemed to be a lack of conviction and confidence perhaps, and that, understandable.
Yeah, once again, it's the checkout. I mean, you know, we always talk about the takeoff and all that, but if you can't check out or bail out of the jump and get that foot down, well, it's not going to be landed. So, and that takes time to learn. Yeah,
and the biomechanics for the takeoffs, the ice coverage, the flow, the length, all good on the toe, and the flip potentially just not the conviction. As Andrew Smith joins him in the kiss and cry. Andrew, part of the coaching team in Dundee in Scotland with Debbie and Simon Briggs. And Lukas will be one of many skaters who will be trying to amass the minimum technical element score needed to compete at Junior World Championships. And we touched upon earlier today the fact that now it's a combined technical element score for the skaters to achieve in both the short and the free skate. Previously they had to achieve a certain score technically in the programs independently. Now it's a combined.
So you've got to have, you know, a higher level at both programs, and so it's not just one big one. And which makes it a little harder.
Well, so now it's 80 points that the men have to have, and so previously there were some skaters who maybe had way over the minimum technical element score in one program, but not in the other. And now they could potentially use that. Yeah.
45.54 for Lukas. That'll put him currently into 5th place. From the United States, Aleksandr Fegan, 14 years old. Watched him in Milwaukee. Beautiful posture, wonderful classic style. He was 4th last year in Yerevan, Armenia, the final Junior Grand Prix event of the season. He's coached by Roman Serov, who represented Israel for many years. 64.01 is personal best in the short program, skating to Bolero by Raval.
What a shame. The combo spin at the end of the program puts a big disappointing black cloud over what was otherwise a visual treat. Aleksandr Fegan just stylistically and aesthetically quite possibly one of the most beautiful skaters that we'll see today.
Yeah.
And on the Junior Grand Prix.
He was pushing so hard into that.
He was fighting for the edge, wasn't he?
Yeah, and just lost it. Tried to hang on. Circles became too big, and he lost his balance and go in, I think, as a fall.
Almost should have bailed on the outside edge feature and just cling on to a lower level, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, eh?
Yep, sitting in the room here talking about it.
But I mean, how treated we are to see a skater who's honed their style through the years of ballet. He's performed in Swan Lake with the New York City Ballet at the Lincoln Center. This is a skater who's very, very well trained.
Beautiful extensions turned out toe, much like yours. We'll see that on the single axle. There's the triple flip. Gets that done. Again, you want to fill that circle out on that landing cover, a little bit more ice. There's the triple combination with the triple loop, of course. This is where he loses his balance. Great speed coming in. Good turned out toe. Nice speed. And just you can see him rocking to the toe pick. You can see him rocking to the toe pick and trying to get his balance. And that is in as a camel spin level 1, which doesn't count because he needs combination spin.
And I think actually, based on what we've seen from this beautiful skater, it would have probably been a level 4, probably been a +2 at least. And it's, you know, you could argue 4 points off on the tech score based on that mistake, and the judges have to take into consideration that mistake at the end of the program on the presentation and the composition. I mean, we talk all the time though about this, the Junior Grand Prix. The scores matter very much to the skaters. For us though, we can recognize that this is a skater who you know, could become a fan favorite if they transcend into the senior ranks without doubt.
You can't judge the abilities of a skater based on a mid-range score. You might be able to on a high score to a certain degree, but not on a mid-range, because you could have a really excellent skater have a bad day, which is the case here with missing that last element. But his best score is 64.01. He won't be that far off that score.
Yeah, even with the mistake.
Yeah, even with the mistake.
Really interested to know how the triple axel is working in practice. And what
I think the triple axle, when you take a look at the takeoff of the double, it's going to have some reconstruction work on that to get the triple. It's a tight edge. 61.51 for Aleksandr Fegan from the United States. It'll put him currently into second place. And he's going, okay, that's actually not bad. I'll take that. Now he's 12 points off, Luka, but that's okay. He's in the running for the podium at this point of the competition, still relatively early on. Our next competitor represents Latvia, Ratmirs Bekisbajevs, 15 years old. He has a 26.30 personal best score. That was 2 years ago at the Riga Cup right here in 2022, so doesn't have a lot of international experience. But gaining some more here tonight in front of his home crowd. And he'll skate, do I want to know? And if you were there, beware.
Ratmirs Bekisbajevs from Latvia. You can hear the cheer and the applaud from those that have come to support this relatively local skater. He's had 3 international competitions, all held in Riga. And now we can see the planned program content of this athlete showcasing his improvements over the past couple of years.
You know, he's a strong young man. He's got the power, there's no question. It's just the muscle memory and the training, the hours on the ice. He's got the strength to do a lot of jumps, but just still some more refinement.
And as we mentioned with some of the previous cases, I think Hugo Bostedt from Sweden, often those that have such strength struggle a little bit with the flexibility. The muscle fibers are tightly packed, which lends themselves to explosiveness, and a little bit more challenging to make longer line or flexible shape.
There's the triple flip, trying to hang on and stand up, but he has to take the fall on that. There's the triple Lutz, gets the foot down, free leg back, gets the double toe loop done.
And there, the double axel in here, a little chance to see some of the transitions and the skating skills, a little bit of body movement, the twizzle and the loop. And here you can see just a lack of aesthetic.
Yeah, and here's the case where if this young skater had a lot of ballet coming in here, like Aleksandr Fegan, you're going to see a completely different posture. What's the guy?
It looks like
Mr. Biceps.
And how interesting. We've just talked about strength. Maybe he's proud to have strong biceps.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
Well, he is a pretty strong skater, that's for sure.
But again, what a contrast there to Aleksandr Fegan, who we've just seen. These are 2 very, very different skaters.
There's your heart.
Yeah, shaping hearts. Good on them. They get extra points for me for that.
Yeah. It's so different. It's so interesting, the difference in the skaters. Sometimes this young man is powerful and aggressive, and Alexander is controlled and refined. And
you know, I dare say Ratmir maybe has more of a focus on the triple axel and the quads. Perhaps he's technically element fueled in his passion when it comes to training. But whatever the objectives, he looks happy here. You know, the mistake on that opening triple flip could lend itself to disappointment, but here looks a skater that seems to be happy embracing the moment.
Well, he has only had 3 international competitions, all here in this ring. So this is still just fun for him to get on the stage in front of friends and family. Let's take a look at the scores. For Ratmirs, it's 36.86. That is 9th in the short program so far in the competition. Well, now we are going to be moving to our final ice resurface. Is it the final ice resurface?
No, sorry. The penultimate ice resurface.
I was hoping. Okay, we have 2 more. But what's up on the agenda for the videos?
So we get the chance to look at the video of Donovan Carrillo, the Mexican skater. It's titled Tracing the Path, the path that he's paving for Mexican skaters.
Beautiful done.
Yeah, and then set into the short track world tour, the world tour, which is coming soon. And then finally, the day in the life with Ted and Mark, those little commentator duo.
Yeah, Mr. Kiltman.
Yeah, so if you want to be entertained or...
I didn't have my Mountie outfit for that day. Anyways, we hope you enjoy the videos. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down of a rink and a Donovan can stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. It's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was a lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English, and I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que siga amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
doing pull-ups, pointing toes.
I can't extend too much in this though.
Beauty before age. Beauty before age. Focus on the young guy. Yeah, get the young guy. Okay, there he is. I think we just get our location set up and paper set up. Maybe we, in some cases, both of us interview.
That'd be nice.
Like the champion. That'd be kind of
yeah,
cool.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, we haven't done that before.
Because I think now with the height from
They'd probably going, what did you say? You're acting. Exactly. Here is the Swiss timing crew. These guys are silent, right? But they are.
Where's camera?
They're incredible. Incredible. I've been working with Thomas for how many years? Huh?
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. These guys, these are family. Welcome to our home.
The one before?
It's also doubles as a gym, as a family meal table.
Yeah. It's the workout room.
People think that we are by ringside and watch this, but we don't. We actually watch here because we only want to comment on what other people see. So if we're not watching what they're watching, then we're commenting on something they can't see. So having a nice big screen like that.
This is good.
Oh, this is really good.
This is
really
big.
Good. And then we have got our little audio things. Turn the mic off.
Turn Mark off.
Day one, you're in Gdansk. Mark Conradi live. I'll put you on where you're not supposed to be on.
There was one day last week when I was talking away to you and then you said Mark. I was like, oh, sorry.
Exactly. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, Poland. Week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix as we do a flyover of the Olympia Arena. And I don't have to reach out and say, Mark, are you there? Mark, you are here.
It'd be a real problem if I didn't speak to you now when we're sitting right beside each other. Yeah, I'll come. Yeah. This is we've got our own,
Can't be who we are.
our own designated path.
Let's move fast.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't need any more caffeine there, buddy. Enough energy as it is.
He's wired.
Don't want that wasting money higher.
Rein it in, and ready, rein it in.
So how do we want to do this thing?
I really like this, like that. Should we do this? Like.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute, that's kind of weird, but okay.
Yeah, done. We have to have a like a.
Up tomorrow will be the rhythm dance. You're going to be bright and ready for that, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That'll start at 10:30 local time here in Gdansk. I'm running to the little boys' room, so I'm taking the mic off.
Yeah.
There's only so far you can go. I would like you to tell the audience what you have prepared for dinner. Not yours, because it's all vegetables.
This is my wedgie meal. I mean, do you use the word wedgie? Like,
yes, but not in that. In English,
like a.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
it is.
I'm having a wedgie today.
Okay, good thing they edit this. Because
Don't edit any of it. It's all good content. The Bentonacci from the Italians.
oh my gosh.
Come on, you need to try harder.
What is that? Is that a man purse? Do you have that hanging out? What is that? You trying to show me up here? Not hard.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, this is a star.
I know. It's my turn. Yeah, here you go.
Just trying to compete, you know? I should say to people, I should tell people that, see, they've all gone quiet now. That's the. Is he from Riga? Is that good?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I need to find the pair team. The pair team! I'm wearing it for the pair team. They're from Dundee.
Now he has a reason.
I have a reason! I have a reason!
Okay.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, that was after you put it on.
Okay. Hey.
You're very welcome.
Hey.
You're very welcome.
The power of
If
the
you
kill.
weren't here, that would not have happened.
Okay.
For all of us here at the ISU, and for Mark Conradi, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the Rhythm Dance. Hey. My ears are hot.
Yeah, me too. So we tend to be one of the first in ahead of the officials, and pretty much always the last out.
What's your point?
I want empathy from this.
There's no empathy, especially when you're laughing, having fun at doing something. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for us. So look over there and say goodnight to our folks that are watching this. We hope you enjoyed a day with Mark Kiltman. He's a superhero, Kiltman. Anyways, that's a fun day with Ted and Mark. We love what we do. We love the juniors, and we hope that you got a little insight into the insanity of both of us.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
The following skaters may now take place for a 6 minutes warm-up. From France, Medard. From Israel, Nikita Sheiko.
Welcome back to the penultimate group in the men's short program on the first stop of the 2024 International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix in Riga in Latvia.
Mark, you have a much better... Hey, my voice is coming back a little bit. That's great. No, we're on group number 3, and we're going to see some really interesting different styles in this group, but we've got a lot of questions coming in. What's going on?
Yes, we do. Thank you to those that have sent in questions to the International Skating Union Instagram, and we have a few, and I actually, they get me excited to talk, so I don't know if I should...
Oh, God. Don't send any more questions in, please. No, go ahead.
We could be here all day. I think I could quick fire a few.
Okay.
There's a couple about Wakaba Higuchi. Do we like Wakaba Higuchi? Of course we do. She's phenomenal. The Lion King was epic.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
So, yes, that was an easy one. Quick. Ooh, I don't think we're warmed up for that one yet, but there's one that I really want to get to.
Warmed up for that one? Oh, my gosh.
It's going to get me. One of the questions from @Georgia Figure Skates, do you have any tips for overcoming mental blocks? And I think certainly in our wizened old age, we've learned some.
You know, it's true. That's interesting. Mental blocks, like, you know, I would ask for a further definition of mental block, but for you, what does that mean?
Well, I think because I was very weak mentally as a competitor, I did not perform well in competition comparative to training, and so as a consequence of that, I was then researched and educated myself a lot on the mental aspect of sport. And in terms of giving you, Georgia Figure Skates, anything to go with, I think the power of visualization and positive visualization is incredibly important, and I think it's also important to acknowledge that the mental aspect of sport is everything, really. What we manifest in our body and what we create in our physical movement is a product, consciously or unconsciously, of our thoughts, so taking more control over those.
Yeah, it's really a little bit of learning how powerful the mind is, because you don't think of your mind as a muscle. You know, it's just something that's up there and it thinks it doesn't look at itself. The mind doesn't look at itself, but you need to, because it's the best part of your body, because it makes you happy or sad, you know, one way or the other, and your ability to rationalize the brilliance of life, how beautiful it is, and the challenging moments, of course, and put them in perspective. Nothing is too high, nothing is too low, keeping yourself balanced. And that quite often takes people to help guide you through that.
And a lot of studies I've read recently have suggested that 95% of our day is subconscious, and so our subconscious is based on preconceived stuff. If we can be really conscious in our thoughts, then that will help to alleviate or stem those mental blocks.
So what was the root, though, of your mental block when you... Okay, this is Dr. Barton speaking. You're right. What was the root? What do you think the root of your mental block was? Was it an inferiority complex if you were competing against people that were higher than you?
I think there was definitely an element of that, and I think I over-prioritized my competitive success to the point that it made me seize up. So to me, it was the be-all and end-all of all existence, and so I defined my very being by if I'd skate well in a competition, and that, for me, did spur me on to be attacking and confidently. I got a little bit aggressive in the pursuit of it, but instead seizing it and tighten up, which is something that we see from other skaters.
I remember I used to get very nervous, and I remember my one world championship that I went to in Gothenburg, Sweden, many decades ago. But I was so nervous in the dressing room before I skated, and half of my brain, you know how your brain talks to each other, you know how many of our people are there, hopefully not too many, right? But one half the brain says, well, you know what, nothing is stopping you from taking your skates on, grab a cab, go to the airport. Like, nothing's stopping you from who's gonna care? No one's gonna care. Yeah, you gotta scurry around for, you know, a little bit. Well, what happened? And then after that, the world goes on. News. So the other half of the brain went, no, I want to do this. Well, then shut up and do it.
Yes.
No matter what the consequence is, right? And that made a whole different feeling. And I went out, I made a mistake because I had a broken foot, but at the time, but I enjoyed it.
Amazing.
You know? So, but that was the only time in my last skate of my career that my brain actually figured it out.
That it functioned properly.
A little late, but anyways, it worked.
Better late than never.
As we look at Anthony Paradis, or we just looked at Anthony Paradis, you'll find this skater extremely interesting, unique, and different, and innovative.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
What the next question that comes in isn't actually a question so much as a statement, and it ignites in me some passion. It says, this Instagram handle says, it's weird to hear skating commentators ask fans not to critique skaters, and I think I would like to just articulate and clarify. We're not asking people not to critique skaters. Indeed, we're asking the skaters to critique each other and learn from each other and learn the pros, cons, and the opportunities for them to learn from each other. What we're asking fans not to do is what we have seen online, when there is negativity, cruelty, trolling, abuse. We see this stuff. This stuff does happen. It happens not just in skating, but in the online community. That's what we're asking.
Intentional meanness and intentional hurt. Critiquing is analyzing and saying, well, I didn't quite like the costume, and we'll do that too. I mean, not so much, but we're going to say, well, that costume was maybe a little bit different than the music than I thought it would be, or this or that. It's critiquing. It's not intentionally trying to hurt the person. And what you're talking about is intentional, hurt on a person.
And some may find it hard to comprehend that this happens, but we have seen only too often in the comments on YouTube or online people being downright cruel, and hopefully most people find that horrendous, but we just want to stamp it out because it serves no place in our community. We're here to support, acknowledge the critique, acknowledge the mistakes, acknowledge the areas for improvement, but to support and uplift
and
the humans.
We want this campaign is to help these athletes be strong enough to ignore that, to not be bothered by it. Here we go. Group number 3 in the men's short program. 17-year-old Jean Medard from France. This is his 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, placing 5th last season in the Junior Grand Prix in Budapest. He's ranked 5th in France in junior, 56.81. Not a bad score, earning that in 2022 in Courchevel. And he'll skate to Unconscious by Charlie Wilson.
Love that passionate conviction to the end of the performance for Jean Medard.
So interesting. It's funny because I didn't expect, well, from a French skater I do expect it, but from this young man when he first took to the ice, didn't expect the commitment to that innovation and his own personality to come out on the ice in such a way, and he's a strong technical skater,
Yes.
but also exploring the creativity. It's really wonderful, unique.
A fairly good crossbreed of some of the different skaters that we've seen who have strength but maybe not as expressive. This expression was great, and we'll talk about the coaching situation as well.
There's the triple Lutz, double toe loop, really strong, a little bit of a touchdown on the landing of the double toe loop. Here's good speed into the triple flip, nice and high, solid landing, a little bit too far, I mean being really picky here. There's the double axel, good flow. Again, polishing the free legs, pointing the toes, stretching that. He went right into this Campbell spin. The change combination spin.
Actually thought of the spins, his butterfly, the difficult entry that he had in his flying camel, that was really special, probably the best one that we have seen.
He was assertive in every step all the way through the program and completely was convincing in his effort.
And he has returned to coach Emily Telemac, who he had worked with previously. He's had 3 years away and then returned, and that's an interesting tale because, you know, often we've talked about coaching changes. Wonderful to see a skater perhaps return and a coach take back a skater, because sometimes that can be a challenge and difficult, and the hug that they shared as he left the ice today suggests there's a real warmth, connection and understanding, and they've probably gone through a lot to be at this stage.
Well, Joanie Rochette,
Yeah.
the bronze medal from 2010 Olympics, had her coach actually said, no, I can't do this anymore. You need to do this on your own when you're ready. If you're ever ready, you're welcome back. And so she did go away, and she tried another coach, and then she came back, and then she followed what needed to be done. So it can happen, and it can be very effective. Let's take a look at the scores. For Jean Medard of France, 55.04. It'll put him currently into 4th place, just a little shy of his personal best. Our next competitor represents Israel. Nikita Sheiko, 16 years old. This is his 2nd Junior Grand Prix season. He was 11th in Linz, 7th in Osaka last year. Junior silver medalist in Israel. 64.08, good score. That's his personal best from Osaka last year. And he'll skate to I Won't Light a Candle from Schindler's List. Now, Mark, I was telling you today about a program that I saw yesterday, and I couldn't remember because I saw so many different programs. This was it. This is magic.
And Nikita Sheiko heads to his mum ringside. She'd explained that they didn't know if they'd be able to get here because of the challenges, and indeed, they don't even have a flight back home yet.
This was something, and we won't see the replays, unfortunately, we had a glitch here, but this is something that was a little bit angelic, if I can use that word. It was above just a performance. It was something soulful, but without a flaw.
And we were asked the question about favourite pieces of music and war horses of music that's used regularly. The Schindler's List is a piece that has been used successfully and regularly and repeatedly.
Yes.
And sometimes the challenge with a repeated piece of music is that you think back to the other skaters that have done it. Nikita's quality of expression, performance and emotional commitment is such that he can take a piece that is as well known and well used and very much make it memorable to him.
That ending on his knees and just turning, spinning on his knees to a stop that was perfect in front of the judges. I saw that yesterday. Had a little slip at the end of it. It's not easy to control, particularly at the end of the program. Just brilliant work, young man. You are something special in the sport. Continue to explore.
And his mum keeps swapping sides for the photos.
No, this is at the junior level. We've seen great performances athletically. This had both. This was as well matched technically and program components that you can see. We'll take a look at the program component scores. Are high sixes.
And that actually the highest components of any that we have seen thus far, and justifiably so. And interesting that Nikita already has his own fan club. He already has a group of Japanese fans that support him.
Can I join? I want to join that club because this is a very special skater. The score is 75.61 as he goes, whoa, look at that score. That is awesome. And he deserves every one of those points. Simply brilliant. Our next competitor represents Canada, unique and innovative 17-year-old Anthony Paradis, coached by Yvan Desjardins. He will skate to the Cretin Cross, the demand of man.
Well, Anthony Paradis is just something incredible. I could talk about how wonderful so many aspects of what we've just seen are, and I think that the sport really benefits from a canter like this. I look forward to Anthony Paradis performing for many years to come, hopefully, and hopefully being seen by a wider, larger audience, because its characters like Anthony are so unique that hopefully elevate interest in our sport from a wider fan base.
Sometimes it's hard to find the words to express on somebody that is so unique. This is not a sporting day. He misses technical elements. He can do those easily, but he wanted to show everything. But he never gives up on his performance. If there's a problem technically, he that's his love. Is performing. You know, what's the program about? You know about this.
So Anthony explained to me that the program is inspired by the concept of schizophrenia, the hearing of voices and the seeing of things, and his choreographer Vanessa Sorio and Anthony tried to stay true to the theme of the program and creating a character that is unique to himself and theatrical. As we see the mistake in the triple flip, we can acknowledge we can acknowledge that, yes, there will be a big impact on the technical element score. It was not strong at all today for Anthony. However, things like that back bridge or that back crab within the cantilever, I've never seen that done before. And, you know, the back Bielman that he does, there are aspects that nobody in the world does. I've never known a skater in the amateur competitive arena to take on the concept of schizophrenia within their short program technical element score. That's so brave.
And I think you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg for this young man's career. He knows very well. I've done a number of interviews with him. He knows very well. He's finally accepted, I need to work on my technical focus, of course, and he's learning that in competitions such as this. So he's working on that. Be patient with it. The rest is there and more to come. And the audience will be, you know, thrilled to see what he comes up with next. And some of the stuff you may not like, some of it you will like. But the point is, he will always bring something unique and different.
And I give thanks and respect to the coaches, Yvan Desjardins, a multitude of coaches that I'm sure work with Anthony, but who foster that creativity, because, you know, we're conditioned, for most coaches, we spent our life learning the sport and following others, and so you would conventionally push a skater into a mold. Anthony has been allowed to create a very different.
Well, the score is 64.84, and his personal best was 63.19. So he tops that with that performance. I think it would have been with the jumps, and he'll find himself currently in third place.
Highest composition component so far. As we look now to Nikolai Di Tria, the 15-year-old who is coached by Barbara Luoni, who we've seen in the pairs discipline earlier today. And Nikolai will skate to Mi sono innamorato di te. Italy's Nikolai Di Tria completes his short program, and yet again another fascinating insight into the approach from the different skaters, coaches, and even cultures, because this Italian skater had a maturity and an artistic sensibility that was defying that of the planned program content, because this had the simplest of all the planned program contents in this competition, and yet if you had started to watch after the jumps were done, you would have seen a skater who you could have considered in maybe the second to top flight in the competition after the short program.
Yeah, you can see the, not everything's getting developed at the same time, and everybody changes. Some wider than others, and but it's in juniors you don't see jumping and spinning at the same levels performance. Rarely do you see that. We see that probably not with Anthony. Anthony didn't have a good day, but he can do the elements. But this young man has got a sort of sophistication and connection, sensitivity, not matched yet technically.
But even here in the Ina bar, the fingertip extension and awareness suggests that there's been time devoted to that. You can see just perhaps the nervous energy in the opening double axel forcing the step out. But yeah, there was a quality of movement as he makes his heart shape for those back home. And he, coached by Barbara Leoni in Bergamo, will be exposed to so many world-class athletes. It's a hotbed for the pairs discipline in that ice rink, but so many of those skaters will not just have a world-class movement on the ice, but they will also have a world-class approach to their training. So he'll be surrounded by athletes who are aspiring to be Olympians, and thus there'll be a very diligent, disciplined approach that he will be able to benefit from being around, I am sure. Hey, thank you.
There you go, Mark.
Apparently that's the cool kids way to do it. I did the old-fashioned way, of course.
And the score is 41.64 for Nikolai. That'll put him currently into 12th place.
And now to a skater born in Zurich, 14-year-old Gian Schmidt. Another skater from the Linda van Troyen and Sindre Krisa skate school. A knee injury last season ruled him out of many competitions. Here, eager to seize the opportunity of his first Junior Grand Prix assignment. Well, we've spoken about the different approaches from different athletes and their coaches as to which is taking priority, technical or program component scores. 14-year-old Gian Schmidt is a very well-rounded athlete, good technique, good skating skills, good spins. Of course, though, it's competition, and unfortunately the mistake on the opening triple lutz will be very costly. And just for a gauge for it, he's going to, with that mandatory 1 point deduction on the fall, the -5s, he's losing circa 7 or 8 points in that 1 second of his program.
Yeah. Well, the mistakes are costly, but they're also bring value long term, but you never know that at the moment. Take a look at some of the elements as he starts his program. He's pretty committed to the choreography and executes it quite well. There's the double axel, good flow in and out. Here's the look at that triple lutz, and too far back in the heel. Wasn't really tight in the air. It was loose, rotating slower. And then here's the triple flip. This was better. Straight up, tighter, straight, strong back.
They're one of the features. Difficult to change position from the back set spin to the back camel.
You lose speed.
So
hard
difficult.
to hold it, yeah. And you could see him there. He knew he had to hold the position to put his arms up the music, but he didn't want to.
No.
You could see the faces going, I want to get out of here.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
And I read that Gian was suffering from Osgood-Schlatter disease in the knee. It's a kind of like a growing pain, and it's something that I know a lot of skaters do suffer from when you had the same when you're growing and your body doesn't, your ligaments, tendons, joints, bones don't all kind of grow at the same point. Is how I understand it.
Yeah.
But it can be a really frustrating injury.
Very painful, and they didn't know in my day because I was the caveman days. My knees are all bumpy. It looks like a mountain range, and things just didn't grow at the same time. And they're really sore. I still can't kneel down on them. So, you have to be careful with that. You really do.
And it's difficult for a young athlete to deal with that injury because it doesn't have a timeline. So well done to the coaching staff and the family for helping Gian to get through that frustration. But his quality, Sindre and Linda have done a great job in creating such a quality skater. They really do produce, very judge-friendly style.
I like that judge-friendly.
Yeah.
Were you judge-friendly? I was not judge-friendly. I shocked them.
I actually think I was very judge-friendly. I just never delivered, if that makes sense. Like if in practice they'd be like, "Oh, he's good. He could be all right, that guy," and then that'd be a splat fest in the competition.
Okay. But you were friendly to the judges. Right?
Yeah,
exactly. Let's take a look at the scores. For Gian, 42.67, and that'll put him currently into 11th place. But this young man's got some ability. There's no question of that. He's going to explore those possibilities as he grows, gains strength. Now, are we coming up in the last group now? Please tell me yes.
No, we have another resurface after this group, and then 6 more. Sorry.
That's okay. No, not sorry. I want to see the.
We want to see them. I'm
just anticipating
dinner.
No,
we do have, though, a multitude of questions to hopefully help keep those listening entertained and engaged. Some of the questions are actually about about us rather than the skating, and some interested to know. Actually, it's from @Fear and Gibson, the Instagram support page for Lila Fear and Lewis Gibson, the team 4th in the world in ice dance. Saying, which competition are you most excited to commentate for this season?
Mark.
You
first.
I don't know if I should. Well, I'm going to say it. I actually was really hoping that I would get to go to Boston for the World Championships. I was so treated by that incredible World Championships in Montreal last year in Saitama. Oh, it was just amazing. But looks like I might be committed to another possible show, and I'm not sure it's going to happen. So the jury's out there.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. We'll cross our fingers for that. I think for me, I like the Junior and Senior Grand Prix final. It's at the end, and I know it's not really, I don't mean it's not important. Of course it's important, but it's not the ISU championship, right? Like a Junior Worlds or a Worlds is. But it does bring the best of the series, the consistency through the fall and the early part of the winter. And it's in December, and it's short. It's 6 brilliant skaters in each group, and I just love the battle within the juniors and within the seniors, and it's a relatively short, and I love working that with you, of course. So hopefully I think we'll be covering that, at least the juniors. I'm not sure what's up, but yeah, I like that one. I like them all. They're all good.
Yeah, true. I'd agree with that.
I mean, I love the junior series because we see these young people growing up in front of our eyes, and we see them for 3 or 4 years. In this case, now we'll see them for quite a few years, and it's so interesting and hopeful, as we see them change. Sorry, I'm stopping your questions. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. It's interesting.
Well, you gave me the hairy eyeball. I mean, I move on. Okay.
Just because the screen was going to turn up.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the next questions was, how did we both get into commentating?
Well, my story, when we were tasked with starting the Junior Grand Prix broadcast, we never had an intent to commentate in the beginning. We were doing it in Courchevel, and I said, well, this is, I don't want to say boring, but, this is not very nice. We need to present these people better, like at least present some information, and then we had the bios, and we got going with that. And I was horrible at it. Still am very poor at pronunciation. I try to do my best, but the name range, you have an accent which covers up a lot of stuff. It's really good. I don't. But I think, and then I thought about, like you did, about commentating being in a certain time in the era negative and destructive, and much like we see online now. And I didn't like that. I didn't feel that was necessary. So I wanted to make sure that these young, sensitive people are just trying to do their best. And so I felt responsible to a certain degree to encourage them. Not knowing whether people would want that or like that, or say, hey, get off the air, and fine, no problem. But it all kind of worked out because they would think we're doing the right thing.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because essentially your commentary introduction was, you're almost forced into it insofar as there wasn't anybody brought in, and you just recognized that the skaters needed some representation. And interestingly, perhaps at that time you would never have been picked for it, because that style that you chose to elect for commentary was not fashionable.
Was not.
And so had anybody heard that employing commentators, they might have thought, no, that's not de jour.
Yeah.
But I can say this on your behalf, I think that the way in which you then chose to do that has then changed the trajectory of some of the commentary globally, insofar as I'd like to think that there's not the same kind of vitriol that we have sometimes seen. Speaking of which, I can state that because when I competed at ISU championship level, I was commentated upon, and it was in a not very nice negative way. So, and I now know from having spoken to many of the athletes that they have experienced that themselves, and it has had a detrimental impact.
A skater should never be afraid to watch their program with commentary, in my opinion. We can be honest. There were 3 falls, there were 2 stumbles. This was not the skaters, whatever the case may be, and tell the background story. We don't have to be mean and vicious. Yeah, for what reason? Like, there's no intent here at all. Tell the truth, report what we see, period. And the origins for you in doing this was that, and I think we have that. Now, whether we've impacted commentary, in the world, I think there is less talking during the program. Not less talking during the warm-up, because we're doing that.
We talk over everything in the warm-up.
Yeah, exactly, but there's less talking, which is great, and I find the commentators more respectful, and I think that is a good thing and a healthy thing for all skaters. I don't know whether we had impact on that or not, but that's the way it's sort of tended to go, and I'm happy for everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, I suppose, there are many perhaps keyboard warriors and many who have a passionate say about the future of our sport, and everybody wanting the best, and I think that's very definitely what we want.
I really don't mind in fact, I like difference of opinion. I think it's great. I love the fact people are engaged with it and they have their passions about their skaters and this or that. I love that, and we don't want to squash that. That's for sure. We just want people to communicate respectfully, in keeping in mind the person that they are critiquing, whatever. So, anyways, okay, on next question.
Oh yeah, next question. See, that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, interesting from @NeverChris83. Can you remind folks what's required to achieve level 4 for the various spins? And actually, as this warm-up ends, we may come back to that in the next warm-up because it's a long answer for that.
Because we have one more warm-up. Exactly.
We got one more.
Well, there is Coach Mia Hamada, coach of Mao Shimada.
She's the leader in the women's event. Was her student in the men's event lead the field?
Second, actually, yeah. Next competitor from Japan, Shunsuke Nakamura, 19 years old. This is his 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. He is the Japanese junior champion, 4th at Junior Worlds last year. 77.68, good score. That's his personal best back in 2022. Skating to Larger Than Life and Everybody by the Backstreet Boys.
Shunsuke Nakamura from Japan, the 19-year-old in his final season on the junior circuit. And I'd heard so much about the program and how wonderful it was, and I just wonder if the nightmare first junior Grand Prix event that Shunsuke competed in last season played into perhaps his approach to this. I sense, understandably, that there was a caution and a hesitation, and that obviously impacted the jump combo, and I think impacted upon the presentation and commitment to this Backstreet Boys performance.
The ability to forget and as a human being is sometimes a gift. There's a beautiful triple axel of the top, and a bad experience which serves you no good moving forward. Doesn't help as we see the step out on the Lutz, and I wonder whether he brought that forward to this. But anyways, you can see the skating, the maturity as a senior level as we watch here. He's got some great movement. great choreographies, more mature skater, of course, but you made that one mistake.
Yeah, and we've seen he's obviously a great skater, no doubt about it, and I think potentially the favourite coming into this competition today. And you can see from the depth of that Choctaw within the step sequence and the clockwise rotation, comfort. He's a skater of great quality of skating skill. We've seen the triple axel too. Just his choreographer Caitlin had said to me how she was so impressed with the way he dove into this concept, and I'm sure this program could be potentially a point or so higher.
Oh yeah, totally.
In the presentation,
we're seeing the low end of what this can be.
Yeah,
because it's early on, right? But you can see his sort of freedom of movement, and he's kind of connected to it, but not yet fully. But this takes time, of course.
And so we look forward to seeing how this will develop. And the question now really is, how much potential is that mistake left Shunsuke to do with regards to the free skate?
Well, we'll see. 77.68 is his personal best, but this is a 68.39. Miha looks pretty happy with that. That'll put him currently third. He doesn't look thrilled, of course. There's a mistake there, but he has the weapons. He has the ability, to surge right up. He's really only less than 2 points, or 2 points behind Nikita. Now our next competitor represents Denmark, Wendell Hansson-Ostergaard, 16 years old, second junior Grand Prix season, competing in Istanbul and Gdansk last year. A 41.69 was his personal best last season in Gdansk, skating to Natural by Imagine Dragons.
Wendell Hansson-Ostergaard, a 16-year-old Danish skater, a skater who trains in Frederikshavn and has such limited ice time. Just ice time resumed last week. No ice available to them for such a long period of time.
The low season, just 3 hours a week, and the high season 10, so it is not a lot.
Not at all. And really fascinated to see how this skater could develop should they have access to some of the facilities and training times that others do. He did get a glimpse into that. He was one of the lucky skaters that was part of an ISU joint camp in Switzerland, so has had some opportunity to exploit one of the developments from the International Skating Union, but not on a weekly and regular basis like others have.
Well, there's the triple Salka outside the circle on the attempt of the triple Tolup. He doubles at the double flip. Supposed to be a triple flip, pop that. And the double axel has issues there, just how he kind of hung on. Good save on that. And that little sort of axle, half axle in the steps or in transition move.
And he coached and choreographed by his mother Pamela, and his sister skates Babette, and she's been injured and thus ruled out of international participation. But both skaters, their mother has encouraged and allowed them to adopt some of their own creativity, as shown by the transition that we just saw, and certainly looking forward to seeing Babette's return as well. And indeed, he hasn't had an easy route here. The luggage was lost, his mother and coach has been unwell, and so not the ideal preparation for this event, but kudos to him for pushing through.
The short program scores for Wendell Hansson-Ostergaard. His personal best 41.69. As we quietly wait for the scores, and here they are, we hope. 41.05, that is 15th in the short program at this stage of the competition. One more group to come. The next competitor representing the Republic of Korea, 16-year-old Jaekeun Lee. 4th Junior Grand Prix season. He was 6th at the Junior World Championships last year. A clear challenger for the Junior Grand Prix podium finishes, maybe even the Junior Grand Prix final. 70.15 personal best at World Junior Championships. He will skate to movement.
Jaekeun Lee from Korea, 16-year-old, and yet already so experienced, seasoned on the Junior Grand Prix. And I was wondering, coming into this event, just looking at the stats, 3 years ago he was 5th at a Junior Grand Prix, 2 years ago 6th in Osaka last year, 6th at Junior Worlds, a skater who has obviously displayed consistency. It's interesting to know, well, what's it going to take now for this very talented and successful skater
to move him up,
get on that podium.
Exactly. What a beautiful triple axel off the top of the program with a 1.49 GOE, the quality score. He had a 9.49 points for that one element. Really well done. Take a look at some of the program here. I mean, he's really good, but what makes the difference when you have a skater with all these skills? Probably a little connection, more connection with the music.
It very much comes down to then the grade of execution of the 7 elements and the program component scores. The grade of execution for this triple lutz and triple toe adds an extra point, and that's significant insofar as all of, or 6 actually, of the 7 elements have an addition on the tech score because of the quality. For me, the skating skills, which are the hook mark for the program component scores, still I think that is what separates him from the leader Nikita Sheiko, who had more flow and more glide.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, somebody was saying we shouldn't critique skaters. We're not critiquing, we're just assessing perhaps what is going to be the difference between this leading the field and,
well, we're analyzing the
coming second.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But hey, this is a skater who hasn't podiumed at a Junior Grand Prix. If he's going to move up into the top 3, that in itself is an achievement, but I suspect that in his 4th year of Junior Grand Prix, he'll have eyes on the likes of the Junior Grand Prix final held in Grenoble in France in December. And certainly he has done his absolute best. That was a crystal clean skate that looked like it's the best that he could deliver at this stage of his development.
Well, 73.78, good score, and kind of a smile out of him on that one for a second, and that'll put him in 2nd place. And he looks pretty pleased with that.
Making for a good competition ahead of the free skate on Saturday between the top 3 men at this stage.
Our next competitor comes from Turkey, 17 years old. This is his first Junior Grand Prix event. Mehmet Cenkay Karlikli, and he's coached by Tomi Pokanin. He'll skate to American in Paris by George Gershwin.
Mehmet Cenkay Karlikli from Turkey in his first Junior Grand Prix competition, the 17-year-old delivering just a triple-double. He was hoping for a triple-triple combination. Triple-double is what materialized as the opening of the 7 elements. And interesting when I look on the skating scores to see some of his international competition performances, his short program score often in the mid-40s. Be interesting to see if he can push up into the 50s here. Triple Lutz, double toe.
I mean, technically he had pretty good skate for himself, really. I think this is pretty much what he can do at this stage. He hangs on to that right into the twizzles. I wouldn't say that was a cover-up of a bad landing, but it was tight.
And as I looked at some of the spins, it looked like there was an attempt not for level 4, just as we see this double axel. It looked like he was going for less features.
And that is certainly left of the skater at this stage of development. Many coaches say, let's go for a 3 with a +1.
Yeah.
Particularly with it, as you mentioned a little earlier, it's more difficult now to get
this
the 4.
season. Yeah, absolutely.
Less tools.
And I remember last year in Istanbul when the Junior Grand Prix took place there, being impressed and perhaps a little surprised at the number of quality male skaters there, and a relatively developing skating nation, and Mehmet absolutely one of those that is a fundamental good quality of this athlete.
Yeah, I've been surprised over the last couple of years to watch the skaters from Turkey, start to develop, and you say, wow, there's some really good basics happening here. You know, some individuality and creative programs and whatnot, that'll come in time, particularly coming from a different culture. They have a whole range of opportunities. But, skating, and I'm going to Ankara, of course, to cover that. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been to that country. I don't know much about it. I will do some reading on it for sure, and to meet the skaters and the federation people as well. A 50.75 for Mehmet. That will put him currently in 10th spot. That was a good skate for this young man, and I'm sure we'll see more in the free program. Our next competitor represents Estonia. 18-year-old Jegor Martsenko. This is his second Junior Grand Prix season. He was 18th at the Winter Youth Olympic Games last year, 34th at the Junior Worlds. He has a 55.58 personal best in the short program, earning that last year at Junior World Championships. And he'll be skating to Keeping Me Alive by Jonathan Roy.
Jegor Martsenko from Estonia.
That's cool.
Really cool. And, you know, when I look him up on social media, he has such a super cool, edgy, arty social media. And you get a little glimpse into the way that of that when he performs here. He's a cool character.
I love the way he's down low on his knees, and every step it pushes, accelerating, is powerful, intentional. You know, he wants you to put your eyes on his skate, on his performance, and he draws you to him. It's just really intense. It's really good.
It'd be interesting with Yegor. Like, he'll be pushing to try and make top 24 Junior Worlds and make the free skate as we look at the opening. Triple Lutz just don't know if the rotation was clean.
Yeah, especially on that. That's a downgrade on the triple loop.
Shame.
Yeah. And that was a problem. He two-part bent in the air, was not straight. The hips were too far behind him. So 2 technical mistakes there. But the rest of this, you can see the step sequence here. Full range of upper body movement. There could be more for sure, but the double axel, very powerful.
And Yegor, as we see him working through the spins, we're trying to again accrue some of these extra points that some of the athletes overlook. And he skated pretty well the last 2 Junior World Championships from memory, but he'd be looking to try, as I say, to make that next benchmark, which is top 24. The top 24 compete the free skate. Last year, the 24th place short program at Junior Worlds had a 63-point short program. So it just gives you an indication of where he's at and where he needs to develop. He had a score into the 60s at the Estonian test skate ahead of this, but hasn't internationally secured a 60-point marker, and that's certainly something that I believe he's capable of.
Oh,
just
totally,
not today.
Needs skate clean.
Yep.
Short program score for Yegor, 49.05. That will put him currently into 12th place. Not what he was looking for, but he certainly has some interesting aspects to his skating. Lots to build on here. Really good, strong basics. Our next competitor represents Hungary. 17-year-old Aleksei Vlasenko. This is his 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. He competed in Istanbul last year. He's the junior champion and senior silver medalist in Hungary. 48.74 is personal best. Skating to Labuan.
Hungary's Aleksei Vlasenko, one of two brothers. His brother Alexander representing Hungary successfully as well. And this skate, mixed bag.
That was high pitched.
That went high. That was
a little mixed bag in there. Some details and little mistakes and whatnot, but not what he was looking for. But early on the season, for all of these skaters, it's not to make an excuse, is to explain the process when you start your serious competition at this stage of your year.
And interestingly, Adam Sawyer, choreographer, was explaining it was a virtual experience for the choreographer for this as we look at the triple lutz double toe.
And for those fans, explain the virtual.
So the Adam Sawyer, who's responsible for so many brilliant pieces of choreography, maybe more so on the senior circuit as we see that step out of the triple flip, is very close friends with his coach, Yulia Sebastian, and Adam's incredibly busy and they struggled to find a time to hook up. But I think, again, as we mentioned on the broadcast already today, the COVID period has opened up the opportunities or expectations of what is possible. And so Adam would, after his busy and crazy day, he would then go and skate some of the choreography on Zoom, and then Yulia would then interpret it essentially for her student Aleksei. But I mean, if you're going to have an interpreter, then Yulia Sebastian, a former European champion, is pretty good.
Pretty good, no question. Brian Orsi did that as well during COVID, and I think still does some. Pascal Denis in Canada does a lot for China and different countries as well for synchro. So certainly the Zoom call or the FaceTime or whatever becomes a tool which was not really seriously considered before, but was necessary during COVID.
And I think all the coaches and the skaters and Aleksei and Yulia and Adam would all probably agree they would have preferred in person, but still a good opportunity to tap into some of the best in the world.
And the short program score for Aleksei Vlasenko, 45.67, and that will put him currently into 13th place. Okay, now we are at the end of group number 4 with our last ice resurfacing. And as we go to the ice resurfacing, you're going to talk about what our audience will see in the video lineup.
Yeah, stay tuned to watch some of the highlights from last year's Junior Grand Prix series when we look at a day with the series that was produced, and this time with Romain Ponsard, the coach, and then a day in the life with the team leader, Canadian Mike Sliptruck, who doubles up as the high performance director for Skate Canada.
Okay. Take a look. Enjoy. We'll be back.
Sent me a message and he said, I was just thinking you don't have a Swiss jacket. No way you go on the Kiss and Cry with the French one. I'm like, so what should I wear? Hey guys, my name is Romain Ponsard. I'm a figure skating coach for France and Switzerland, and I'm here in Osaka, and I wish I could go back to my junior world and get on the ice and do programs, but I'm here as a coach now. It's my first season coaching and I'm really enjoying it and really excited to be here in Osaka. And we will today have the free program run through for my skaters, and first time touching the ice here in Osaka, so we'll see how it goes. François, j'ai fait tomber le téléphone. Merci. What I'm looking for on this kind of practice is first adapt to the ice rink because it's a new environment for the skaters. Also do the pattern of the program, always to adapt of the size of the rink and the atmosphere of the rink. Always when you do a long travel like Japan, you arrive to the first practice and you feel like your stamina is so bad always. So it's important to have it running one first time. And after we went through all the jump, one by one and on sections like in the program. And after that we finish with a spin to show all the level to the controllers that are watching the practice. So now it was supposed to be lunch break, but he wanted to watch the practice of the men, so his competitor. So this is gonna be our lunch break from the skating lounge. And we are actually lucky because in Japan the food is really good, so we will enjoy the food and keep watching the practice of the men. So here I have two different types of skater. I have Eugenia, that is her first junior Grand Prix, so she's pretty stressed about it. And I tried to bring it to her as just getting experience that we didn't expect really something from her beside to enjoy this experience. And on the other side we have François Pitot from France that is trying to go to the final, Junior Grand Prix final. So he got second to his first Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok. And now here he's gonna try to get on the podium to be able to participate at the Junior Grand Prix final. And with him, it's an approach where it's more about confidence and trusting himself and just to show one more time what he does at practice and not to do more, because he's the kind of skater that wants to try the day of the competition to show more. And try when you do everything to relax, go deep in your knee. Yeah, because you're a little bit stiff, that's why I relax. Just enjoy the moment, okay?
I cannot enjoy the tenure.
And pick up. You can go for triple. Okay, good job, Evgenia. Proud of you. Really well handled.
Yeah, I want to practice.
That's this season's best score.
総合得点219.86、最終順位は第1位です。
We always want to make sure we have our team here to cheer them on. Hi, I'm Mike Slivchuk from Skate Canada. I'm the high performance director of our program, but I'm also a team leader during the season, so I spend most of the season traveling with our teams and part of our support team there to help with whatever they need help with during the season. When an event starts here with Canada, we have 2 team leaders and we have 2 medical people, and we can have 2 to 3 people down at the board. So our other team leader and our physio and doctor are down with the team right now, and I'm just going to watch the pair event from up here and just kind of see how they do and be able to provide any feedback or information that the coaches might be looking for. So just I can actually sit back and enjoy some skating for a while. Yeah, so we're here for the warm up and just here to make sure nothing goes wrong or that the athlete, while they're on the ice, or coach don't need anything during the warm up. So just here to provide whatever support they need. And we usually just kind of stay invisible and stay away. So. Come on. Who's on the axle? Yeah, too bad on the Lutz. Yeah.
He does that a lot in competition.
The Lutz? It just goes on a diagonal. Yeah, like the pattern goes really awkward. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of comes, you can see it on the way in. It's like it's just kind of drifts out. Go up there. Okay.
You go.
No, I don't go up there. We never go up there, just the athletes and the coaches. We stay out. Yeah. Lee, what is it? 60? 60? Good.
He fouled?
Yeah. Yeah, he did something I didn't see. He just had.
He turned the axle though?
I didn't see that. So I was combo that much to them. I just heard it. I didn't see what happened. Good job. Good fight. I said he didn't make a step as long as Boston in the kiss and cry. That was good.
Yeah. The axle in the warm-up was actually better.
I know, I saw it. It was good. I thought, well, they've been better all day today.
Yeah.
Both, so.
That's what I said. You keep doing that when you go home. Like,
yeah.
You start landing.
Yeah, I honestly, when he goes in now, I almost expect he's going to land it.
Yeah.
It looks good. So, good start.
Yeah.
Good. All right, we're done.
As long as his mom doesn't beat him now for missing the last.
Yeah.
The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Latvia, Janis Znotins. From Latvia, Kirills Korkacs. From Korea,
Welcome back, everyone. And Mark, I just want to remind you, we have made it to the end, to the last group of the day. It was a long time coming for sure, but it's been a lot of fun and some really good skating and some challenges along the way as well as we enter into the final group of day one here in Latvia.
And it is a random draw. However, there are 2 Latvian entrants in this final group.
Cool.
I don't actually know if that's paved well for the locals because it's 10 o'clock at night now, so they've had to hang around. Maybe, normally you would hope that the skater would be in the later groups for a more optimal time, but it's been a long day of competition and a tight schedule to pack everybody in, and that's why this final group of men are competing at 10 p.m. at night.
Yeah, and this is another lesson to be learned. You have to compete when you have to compete, and learning, because if you train every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and all of a sudden you're skating at 11 o'clock at night, that is really
tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
And
and how do you manage it? But you have to learn it.
Yeah, and interestingly, we had Annika Chow, the American competitor, acknowledging, or her coach acknowledging too, is that previously last year at the Junior Grand Prix, the time difference really did play havoc with Annika's feelings and energy levels at the competition, but there's something to be said for different time zones, but then also at the different times in which a competitor could have to compete based on the length of the day.
Yeah.
So the questions that have come in.
Go for it.
We have had a question from @Lena_Gogul. Can anyone go and watch this in the stadium, or do you need tickets? Now, as far as I understand, if anybody wants to turn up to the Volvo Arena where we are, then you can get entry in. I'm not sure if it's a ticketed affair, but certainly...
I don't think it's a ticketed affair, and you get an ice cream.
You sure do. They treat you well here.
Yeah,
so yeah,
do,
if anybody's close, then we urge you to come along.
The kids were passing that out to the competitors and whatnot. But sure, you're welcome to come. I don't think it's a ticketed event.
And then other questions coming in from Aisha_Matthews. Which skaters are you looking forward to seeing this season?
Are they talking junior or senior?
There is another question actually in regards to who are you rooting for in senior women or men from Sarah Hasnui.
Well, I know this is an answer. People are going to go, oh, you just walking the line here. It's because I've done the juniors for so long. I'm interested in every skater because I don't know what I'm going to get in the juniors. It's like you don't know. I mean, you know your top skaters, and of course I love watching them. They're just incredibly skilled. But to see a skater come onto the ice sometimes with not the skill, not the training, skates at a small rink 2 days a week, whatever the case may be. Those are the most inspiring human stories that you can find, and that's what I look forward to. Now, on the senior level, of course, you're dealing with all really good skaters. I think the interesting this year is Kari Sakamoto is an incredible skater, three-time world champion. The challenge to become 4, it's just very similar as Mao Shimada. Like, how do you keep going at that level? That's the test.
And we were discussing in regards to that skater and the positioning of this season within the Olympic cycle, and how does that continue to maintain the integrity of hard work? And
in a way, I think that these skaters like Mao and like Kaori are breaking into a new era, because they said this system killed the dominance. Not so much. Kaori's won 3 world championships, right? And there's been others that have had 2 or 3 maybe spread out over time. So I think that's sort of an interesting point to follow. And the same thing with Mao Shimada.
Yeah, and I mean, much like you, without wanting to make an answer that's a
wishy-washy,
exactly, wishy-washy, weak, feeble answer. There are skaters that I have a predisposition to liking the style of more than others. So Aleksandr Fegan, who's competed already in this men's short program, who currently finds himself in 6th place, has a very classical style. I warmed that. I like seeing that. Yet that said, perhaps this is a result of either being a coach, a choreographer, studying the sport, or even indeed as a commentator, because I have studied the sport and have a greater appreciation for the guidelines set out by the criteria, I have been able to enjoy other skaters who I didn't naturally maybe enjoy initially. Now I can appreciate the qualities that they have as per the criteria. So it's given me a much more all-rounded appreciation for different skaters.
Yeah, there's a whole number of skaters I would mention, and as to why, but we don't have time at this moment. We have got 1 minute left. Do you have another question?
What would you both choose to skate to if you were competing now? I know.
You do?
It's, the current song on my playlist that I keep playing, Florence and the Machine, Dog Days Are Over.
Why?
It just has so many different musical nuances, and it's, you know, most music is conventional in its structure, but that piece appears to me to have melody, syncopation, different variations within the timing, and so I think it could be choreographed exceptionally well, albeit it would need more time than others.
Okay, tell me about your costume.
Oh yeah. I get costumed in so many crazy things on my work as a professional skater, so I think I'd go very simple. That's a cop-out, but it's a true one.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. It's the warm-up is over, and I don't have to answer that question right now. There we go. Maybe for another day. Thank you all for sending in your questions. They're a lot of fun to answer, and we're happy that you did this, and they're interesting questions. Thought-provoking, scary. No, there's no scary ones, is there?
Well, there were. We just didn't make the cut.
Okay, here we go. Our next competitor represents Latvia, Janis Znotins, and skates right here in Riga. Doesn't have a lot of competitive record internationally here. And he'll skate to the loneliness and gossip.
Janis Znotins competing in the Junior Grand Prix, a 14-year-old in front of a home crowd, and a great way to embrace the experience and a real performer.
You know what I love, and I remember this myself when I skated, is I had these inhibitions and I wanted to perform. I wanted to bring it out, but I was afraid to do so. This young man isn't.
No.
Whatever details, pointy toes, and all those types of things we always talk about, it doesn't matter, because this man, he wears his heart and his feelings on a sleeve, and he shows the world. And yet it can be refined, and yet it can be more, but it's there, it's in him, it's natural, and that's really nice to see.
Completely.
He's free to skate how he wants. It's cool.
And when we were talking in the warm-up about skaters that, you know, who do you cheer for, what kind of skaters do you cheer for, as we look now
Yeah,
at the triplets, double toe. And again, I'll wait till we've seen his jumping passes.
A little 2 foot. He's got the head down, a little bit hunchy on the shoulders, and that causes problems with the speed of rotation. You can see him forward on that landing as well. In order to get positive GOE, you want to have stretch-free leg, good flow out of that landing, nice posture as well. And we can see this commitment in his performance right here in the steps.
And that's where, when it comes to, you know, skaters that you might like or not like, or music you might like or might not like, as we see this final spin, it's not music that I would necessarily want to listen to. It's not a style that I would necessarily want to choose. But if I go per the criteria for the judges in regard to the mark that they give for presentation, the judges have to gauge the expressiveness and the projection and the musical sensitivity, or the skater's demonstration of commitment to understanding the music. Well, to me, Janis had absolutely that, and so I would assume and hope that his presentation component score is the highest of the three for this athlete.
And look how comfortable and confident he is, even in the kiss and cry. He's not leaning back, looking around, going, I don't know how that was, or whatever. He feels free in his skin and in this sport, and that's cool.
He's sitting forward, looking like, yeah, what have you got for me? Come on,
let's go.
What scores?
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you whether I like him or not. Here we go, 46.63 for Janis. And that'll put him currently in 13th place. And man, you have some raw skill, some raw passion for the sport. Keep exploring that. Keep working on the details. It's all there for you to take. Our next skater also represents Latvia, Kirills Korkacs. And he has a personal best of 53.36. Pretty good score. That'll put him up, if he can get that here, up in the top 10 probably. And he'll skate to Another Love by Tom Odell.
Oh,
What a solid skate for this young man.
Yes, and great. I love to see a local or homegrown skater skate well in front of a home audience, because you just have to assume, I do not know for Kirills Korkacs from Latvia whether or not his family are here, but you have to assume that it's more likely that there's a support here for him, and how wonderful he was able to skate cleanly, albeit not a triple that he would have perhaps hoped for. But
no, I mean, certainly an area to work on and improve, but what he did lay out there, it was that he was missing the triple toe loop, but was pretty solid. Good technique, nice in the air. Lots of little details to work on, though. When we talk about that posture and the stretch free leg, I know we drill that, but it's so true to a certain degree. Here's the double axel. You want that to have a little bit more speed, a little bit more flow across the ice, not just around the corner. There's the triple Lutz. That was nicely done. And the double toe loop. And the triple flip. This was made it look easy. Nice.
And I suppose hard perhaps for those less educated viewers who don't skate themselves. The skating skills score that Kirill will achieve is just in the 5 out of 10 range, and that's down to how much ice coverage there is. And you could perhaps see on the double axel that was middle of the rink, the triple flip didn't quite make it to the top, so that gives you a little indication that the amount of ice that he's covering with his strokes isn't as great as the likes of those that will be above him, and that's just to try and differentiate in terms of the components.
Yeah, and for those folks watching online, it is difficult to tell the flow and the speed on video compared to be there live, that's for sure. So we can appreciate that's a difficult thing to do, and we're relatively experienced at that because we watch thousands of skaters on the video, so you get a feeling for it.
And quite often when I hear people dismayed at a result of a skater, it's often because they don't seem to be able to grasp that concept of the run of the blade, and unless you're in the building and you have reference point for markers on the ice, you don't always sense how much more ice coverage some athletes do have, and that would be something that Kirill and the team will be working on.
Yeah, and the ice coverage has sort of two components. One is the speed, but that speed could die out, and the other is speed with flow, which means the speed doesn't die out. Your position on the blade is so perfect that the ride and the glide continues effortlessly. And then those people that are pushing hard for speed but use the toe picks on an entry or an exit of the jump and lose their speed, they have to then put a lot more energy into gaining speed again. And this is exhausting. And you can see that in the rink.
And somebody like Patrick Chan, the former world champion from Canada, is a great advert for those junior skaters to watch.
Yeah, he looked like he had motors on his blades because it just looked always so effortless. It just continued to glide.
Like he seemed to access and tap into an extra bit of mileage somehow without pushing.
Exactly.
So that we discussed earlier, when we think about the athletes watching for Kirill, he's now experienced the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon. He's had Junior Grand Prix experience, and so that will be now the benchmark, and having a renewed motivation to try to tackle something like skating skills, because for an athlete like Kirill, a lot of his focus will undoubtedly be on triple axel and quads, which is more exciting than skating.
You need competition within your own country to push you to be better. And I'm not talking about Kirill or Latvia or anything like that. It's the same thing in our country. Sometimes if you've got one or two skaters that are really good, but they're not really being threatened, you don't progress as much. You don't have to fight for your position as much as you would if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 people pushing you behind. It's possible you might be off the team.
And it fuels the daily grind.
That's why those powerful countries feed themselves. Competition breeds competition. Japan, Korea, of course, as well. The United States. And so in Canada for ice dance for sure. And for some pairs as well. So you need that. And in the smaller countries doing remarkably well with their top skaters. And it's difficult. The cultures, whether an ice rink is important to the culture.
Yeah. And often, success breeds success. And in terms of Latvian skaters, if somebody were to break through and make a statement on the ISU championship level, then I'm sure that would make more national press perhaps, and then it just cultivates that increased participation, which is what essentially Latvian Federation wants, all the Federation wants. We, supporting ice skating on this Junior Grand Prix, we want to support more participation for all because it just serves to better the sport.
Absolutely. And one of the question is, what makes a new sport in a country popular? Like in our country, football was never big, but it's huge. Now, women's hockey, massive. Some of the sports, I see sports like handball. I'm going, okay, handball. What's handball? But we don't really have handball on a large scale in North America, but you do here.
Yeah.
It's a huge sport.
Yeah.
Right? So it needs to get ingrained in the culture in a generation to take life.
Yep, and that's what we're all wishing, hoping, and praying for our sport.
Yeah, totally. And working for it.
And as Kirill awaits the scores, it's interesting to acknowledge that he has a sister who used to skate for the Latvian synchronized skating team at the World Championships. So the family affair is a recurring theme. We've seen lots of parents as coaches here, and often we're hearing of skaters that have competed today whose siblings will compete again on the Junior Grand Prix or in senior events. And for Kirill, his sister participated in a different discipline, the synchronized discipline.
Oh, there's your heart. Oh, he did a heart?
Oh, I missed that. Oh, look, they came back for more. Oh, there's double hearts.
That's a good one. Got to pay attention here.
I know. Come on, Mark.
Tark. What's it? Tark? Yeah, Tark.
Tark.
Ted and Mark. Tark.
Yeah, so for those of you who are following the International Skating Union on social media, there was a question as to the Ted and Mark team name. Tark was posted with a question as to whether or not we should keep trying. We ourselves are not nominating any names for our commentary double act, but feel free to.
Double act sounds like a vaudeville act. Well, I know you can dance. That's the good news. Right? I don't really have a talent, so. Yeah.
And whilst we're enjoying the
long break,
I should just acknowledge how impressive it is that Kirill combines his studies in this city in Riga with his training in another city in Jelgava. So he makes his travel from his final year of high school.
And that was a question a little earlier on about how these athletes juggle, high performance sport and high performance scholastics. It's not easy, but those people are good at both because they simply have that in them, right?
Yeah.
They push themselves.
And so often the sport will be the passion, which is easier to push, but we don't know with Kirill's family exactly, but often the parents and the family will suggest, well, you can continue your passion, your expensive passion, providing that you maintain your pursuit of your academics as well. So I'm sure
you're not referring to any bribery or anything, do you?
Not that any parent has ever bribed a child. Ever.
And so
what
have you done as ice cream? I see a lot of ice cream posts on your Instagram with your kids, right? So I'm thinking, there's some bribery going on.
Somebody did suggest to me very early on in my parenting that parenting is just bribery and threats.
Oh my God,
I thought that was terrible. When they said that, I was like, really? That's not the case? And then sometimes I think, actually, no, there's a little bit of truth in that.
Yeah.
It's the coach as well. If you're going to do 5 clean triple lutzes, then you only have to do one run through.
If you do whatever, I put $100 down on the boards one time. Yeah. Because sometimes it's that little extra effort that you're not getting, that you need something to inspire them, to show them, oh, I didn't think I could do that, but for $100 I can do it. Right?
I noticed that I used to do that too. Okay, I'm going to give you X amount of money if you land this new jump. It then got to the point that the skater was like, okay, now I need this.
What is X amount of money? I said 100.
I know. That's why I said X, because I would give him a 20 or 10 or,
You cheap. Although your pound is worth more than ours. It's okay. Okay, we must have some sort of a glitch here. The scores are in, but none of the judges' scores are ready. So there is some sort of delay. As if we didn't notice. Any other questions in there?
Yes, we do. We have a plethora of questions. Oh, one of the questions was how many cups of coffee per day to fuel so many hours of commentating?
I can only really handle 2, but when I'm commentating, you might go to 3. But then I'll augment with tea.
Yes, you are quite the tea drinker.
Yes, tea.
I have endeavored to consume less caffeine on this first event. We'll see whether or not the Junior Grand Prix rigorous schedule wears me down and I consume more than...
You didn't eat coffee because you ate so many bushes.
Yeah.
I mean, this man only eats vegetables. Like, he doesn't eat anything else. I'm going, he's got shrubs and pine cones and he's got branches and, weeds, and he has all that stuff in
plant powered, that's me.
Yeah, exactly. But he's one healthy guy, that's for sure.
Now then, Oh gosh, that leads so perfectly into another question from @hive_of_B. What's the best food you've ever had at a skating rink?
Yeah, kind of embarrassed to answer that
Oh, no,
question.
go. No, I want to
There's a thing in Quebec called poutine. Poutine
yes.
is a mixture of French fries with cheese curds and gravy, hot gravy, which is all melted together. Now, there's bad poutine and there's excellent poutine. And you have to have the chips done a certain way, a little bit crispy,
Crispy, I would
a little
imagine.
bit brown, a little bit crispy, and thin ones, not big fat thin ones. You don't want the big thick ones. You want nice thin ones in there. And then you pour the curds and you pour the gravy and it all melts together. Now, it is, many years ago I would eat, I could hardly wait to have one. Now my brain goes, don't eat that. Do not eat that, right? But at a rink, it's good.
I would actually say in Gdansk at the Junior Grand Prix over the last couple of years, they've had very nice apple cake.
Yes, but they don't make that at the rink. It's not like a rink food.
We're here at the team in the room, and Yui, who is quite a wondrous addition to the international skating EU team, sounds quite excited at the prospect of the apple cake at Gdansk. So we should just let it be known to those that are organising in Gdansk, make sure there's cake, the apple cake from the last couple of years.
Yeah, it is pretty good. I don't think they bake it there.
No, not in the ring necessarily. Rico.on.off.ice. What is the hardest spin you have ever done?
What, in a car or well, in my era you really didn't have to. I mean, people criticize the new system because, well, the spins are all the same. Well, they were all the same in the old system as well.
Camel sit.
Camel, you just do camel, and a camel sit, and you do flying camel, 2 revolutions, get out.
Go.
But this is much more difficult physically to achieve, and the skaters actually do a really good job of it. So the most difficult spin, probably the crossfoot for me, because if you don't have a lot of flexibility in the feet or in the hips, I don't. It's really hard to get, but when you get a good one, the blades just are smooth.
Yeah.
If you don't, you just dig a hole.
Crash and burn.
Short program score finally 49.70 for Kirills, and that puts him currently in 12th place. Long wait for that score. Well, our next competitor, there he is on the side of the boards. He's just 13 years old. He represents the Republic of Korea, Donghan Yu. This is his very first Junior Grand Prix and international competition, according to his bio. This is what I love about the Junior Grand Prix. A young man here, come all the way from the Republic of Korea, 13 years old. He's been taught good skating because we haven't seen him, and I'm anxious to see where he's at in his development. And he will skate the short to lose control by Teddy Swims. Oh, we've got another little thing.
I'm just wondering whether the time delay was significant enough for him to need an extra bit of
Oh,
warm-up
it's
time.
true. If there is, they can ask them if they want it.
And this is the youngest skater in the competition, and I think perhaps now, not sure exactly, but as to whether or not
He's coming to go back. He's, I was ready to go. I just want to go. We'll see. That's right, Mark. That is, if there's that lengthy of a delay, the skater has the right to have I'm not sure how long the warm-up is.
on occasion previously, and this is where I have to dig out my rule book just to note the exact timings. Not sure how long Kirills Korkacs had to wait for his scores, and therefore how long Donghan Yu was waiting beyond the allocated time, but he certainly would be entitled to have some time to re-warm up, reconnect with his body, especially because we have acknowledged that this is a particularly cold ice rink, and thus it's not ideal preparation for this athlete to go from standing waiting, assuming he was ready to go, waiting, because the athlete doesn't want to then use up too much energy in the final seconds, so he could have got cold.
Yeah. No, it's so important these athletes are physically warmed up, because the elements that they do really torque and twist their body.
And I think the referee really showing some good compassionate care, pat on the back, just really trying to allow this young athlete.
She's just trying to follow the rules, and this is a little, for a 13-year-old young man. There's Wieland, Luder's from the ISU talking with his coach and explaining the situation and giving the option. So now, interesting job for the coach to say, okay, young man, where you at? What do you want to do? And they'll take a decision together. And this is a good experience for this young man to learn. I mean, not a very pleasant one, but a good time to learn it.
And he has a very experienced coach in Hyung-Yong Chi who will help him with this. But nevertheless, the coach wants the same. They want their student to feel in the best optimal situation. And
his coach has a great personality and great. He's got a great sense of humor. Now, interesting enough, he's getting off the ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the interruption to very long and to ensure the safety of our athletes, we need to provide them with a uniform room for the skaters left in this warm room.
I didn't hear that, did you?
I wasn't exactly clear on that. So the referee, Mrs. Priska Bintz-Moser, will have made an executive decision based on the communications as per the International Skating Union as to what should happen. Now, we didn't have our stopwatch on us as to the length of time for Kirills Korkacs' score, but it will have gone over an allocated time. And my belief previously was that another entire warm-up would be offered to those athletes.
Oh, yes, that's right. I believe you're correct.
But that said, when we think particularly in this instance, Donghan Yu from Korea, he is the youngest competitor in the entire event of all 27 men. And I mean, I go to bed I go to bed before 10:30 at night, and he's had to deal with a different time zone and then this late time and now this.
You're 4 minutes late. It's
I should be asleep
right
by now.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. We don't see the other skaters out there yet.
Well, just in the back of shot, Sena Takahashi, and he's 14. So it's unfortunate, really, that in this group we have two of the youngest competitors.
Now you can see them coming out now, so they will have another 6-minute warm. I'm not sure if it's 6 minutes or not, but they will have another warm-up.
And in this instance, Wieland is so brilliant at knowing what is necessary, and the International Skating Union are so methodical and precise in their criteria, and they will make sure that they follow the rule book such that there is not any debate over what happens for these athletes, that they're given the optimal.
There's a reason they have the rules and they're following them, so you have to appreciate that. Now you're going to have time for more questions.
Well, back to 6 minute.
6 minute warm up. Yep. There we go. 4 skaters on the ice right now.
So we really extend our well wishes to these skaters who are having to experience an eventuality that was unlikely to happen, not something that you would prepare for, and they would have been mentally and physically engaged with what was necessary. And now for Donghan Yu, effectively he becomes the first skater after warm-up, as opposed to I think the third, which he had been previously.
Yeah, so the competitive situation has changed, but that's okay. They're doing that for safety, of course, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And good for these skaters to go through an experience like this. Is maybe not pleasant, but to gain this experience, it could happen even at a world championship. You never know.
And has done. I mean, as a Brit, we were always regaled the story of Ottawa, the 1984 World Championships, when I think the Zamboni broke down in centre ice.
In Canada? No way, Zamboni's always worked over there.
Oh, because you're Canadian and but it does open the forum for us to answer some more of the brilliant questions that have come in to us, and one of which I think is a really interesting one from @Cheyenne_Sedai. What's your favourite anecdote from a skater? For me, I don't know necessarily about anecdote.
From a skater?
Yeah, from a skater. The one that I can think of off the top of my head was a quote, not necessarily an anecdote, but a quote from the 5-time world champion Michelle Kwan. And the quote that I read was that every time she steps on the ice, she realized this is a gift. And the concept that when she takes her guards off rinkside to prepare for a session, to appreciate and be grateful for the fact that we can do it. And I think that's so pertinent for elite athletes and young elite athletes, because they'll all have been training for this event, and so they think, right, I've got to do my run through in this session, and I've got to try and up my percentages of my success on the jumps, and so there'll be so much focus on acquisition of better and therefore it can be quite challenging to remember, you know what, yeah, I've got the acquisition of better, I've got the pursuit of excellence, but I'm lucky.
Well, I've heard many people mention to a skater, and it can be the parents, that the participation in this sport is a privilege, it's not a right. And so, I mean, it is for us, we have to provide that, you know, as an organization, but from a parent's perspective, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to participate in something like this, and other things, of course, in life as well. Certainly not an anecdote, but you know, it's interesting. I think when you were talking about Michelle Kwan, I was thinking about Jason Brown. I would think that he thinks the same.
Yeah, he sensed that. So, the next questions, some of which are repeated and commonplace. Some people having many of the same questions. I will take to what is from, at Brianna_Strife. Where is your favorite place? Oh, you said we've actually asked this question already. Where's your favorite place that you've traveled for a competition? Well, mine, as we see Donghan suffering there, I was invited to compete in the event in North Korea.
Oh yeah, you talked about that. And that was your favorite place?
Well,
or the most
interesting. Favorite in terms of favorite place, I suppose akin to you when you mentioned Nebelhorn. Nebelhorn's such a mecca for our sport.
It is,
and so that will go down.
It's like going to Wembley Stadium or something like that. You know, it's something
iconic.
Special. Yeah, it's true. Nebelhorn Trophy. I love the city of Ljubljana, and you know, the rink is not. You know, it's a small hockey rink, whatever. But the city of Ljubljana was a shock to me because I'd never been to Slovenia before. But when I went to Ljubljana, I said that was the perfect mixture of culture living in a beautiful, beautiful little city, welcoming tourists. So it wasn't a tourist city, but they shared it, and they shared it beautifully. The culture with the tourists that came to visit. And I just love it.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to experiencing it because my wife loves Slovenia.
Slovenia's great.
Back to the question from NeverChris83 regarding a reminder of what's required to achieve level 4. So for the step sequence, it's very rare to see a level 4 step sequence achieved, and there are 4 different features, but they're all dependent upon the first of which is the number of cleanly called turns and steps.
And define cleanly.
So for that, the difficult turns, which you may hear us talking about, rockers, counters, brackets, choctaws, twizzles, and loops. These are some steps, some combinations of the way in which the blade rotates and turns on our ice surface. If they are performed on a very clean edge, and if the skater turns without scratching on their toe pick, scraping their free foot, or skidding the turn, what we refer to as a clean turn, then that will be deemed callable by the technical panel comprising of 3 individuals. Sounds all very complex, but their trained eye... Actually, there was a back inside loop. We're seeing a twizzle. That's a difficult callable clean turn. There's almost a back choctaw, but I wouldn't have called it clean. There's a right forward outside rocker, back counter, into twizzle. That's a cluster, another feature. Combinations of turns, a feature, which can help the skater get a higher level. Another aspect for the skater is movement, rotating in both directions for at least 1/3 of the pattern of their step sequence. The final one, although I appreciate this sounds complex, is the use of body movement within a step.
Mark, I just got an email in here asking, could you repeat that, please?
Or I thought you were going to say an email in saying, yawn some more, so...
Yeah, no, that was really good what you said, but I'm going, I even understood that, but I know that, but you articulated it beautifully.
Oh, thank you. The spins would have taken too long.
Yeah. Here we go. Warm-up number. That was an extra warm-up.
Oh,
we weren't
man.
ready for you. Exactly. Well, our next competitor represents the Republic of Korea, Donghan Yu. As we mentioned, 13 years old. This is his very first Junior Grand Prix and international competition. Wow, and what an experience. First time out, takes the starting position, and then has a delay of about 15 to 20 minutes. Warms up again, now skates first as opposed to third. He'll skate to Lose Control by Teddy Swims.
Well, all respect and credit to Donghan Yu from Korea, the youngest competitor in this entire competition, skating so late at night, having to withstand some challenges that wouldn't be anticipated or expected. And in regards to the ruling, my friend Daniel Adriano, a coach at the Ice Lab in Bergamo, explained it's 10 minutes, and it was after that a new warm-up group was called, and it was almost 13 minutes that happened.
Thank you for that. Yeah, but a pretty good skate. I mean, one mistake here, but a pretty good skate for this young man after going through all of that. As we take a look at some of the elements, the triple Lutz, triple toe loop, and just takes a fall. His legs were a little bit too crossed, too far back on the heel, has to go down, but the double axel covers the ice. A little bit of lean in the air, but manages. And the flip, no problem here.
The only thing with the camera angles that we have really showcasing, oh, this was brilliant transitional content. Yeji Shin, the choreographer, within the step sequence, good use of the body movement feature, as we see here the example of the change of edge within the camel variation. But yeah, the flip and the lutz, both of those jumping passes were in entirely the exact same place on the ice, which isn't optimal in terms of the composition of the program. But this is a skater that I think is really respected by the Korean Figure Skating Federation. He's won Korean Nationals, he won the Korean President Cup, and came fourth at the Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying event in mid-July last month. So the Korean skating team recognized the potential he has at such a tender age.
Yeah, and I think they're getting him out to get some experience, just like this, even though it was a tough one. So he's got some abilities, no question, and they want him to get some experience to go along with the abilities that he has.
And of course, it is improvement necessary. You can see Coach Hyung Jong Chi just analyzing what took place, but what I find so impressive is the maturity in dealing with the situation as this young 13-year-old sits looking up to his coach with respect and interest as to what was to be said, when, I mean, you could understand if this athlete just wanted to go to bed.
Yeah, or he's just saying, okay, what's the deal here? Can I just start my program? Right. And it's hard to go through, even though you should, and sometimes in seminars they do, go through all the rules for the skaters to understand, like what happens if your lace breaks? How much time do you have? You know, what do I have to do? Do I have to go to the referee? What happens, right? So,
and you know, arguably coaches can prepare their students with that information, but when there's so much that the coaches want to get their students to do for the actual purposes of the competition, they're not going to as readily give out contingencies that are rare to take place,
which can confuse the skater at a certain time. But there are certain basics they need to know, this is for sure, particularly in senior.
Yeah.
Junior's the learning ground. Okay, do we have another 10-minute delay here? We'll soon find out. Okay, go dig for more questions.
Yeah, actually, that's for me.
And if you can't find any, make them up.
Okay, I think I've exhausted the questions that were sent to us. I actually, let it be known, I do not have the password or access to the ISU's Instagram channel, so I rely upon others for the incoming questions. But I think we will just encourage those listening to think about it overnight and make sure you come with some crackers tomorrow, just in case there should be any prolonged delays within skaters.
Don't encourage the crackers.
Although I wonder whether or not those watching will be more dismayed at the fact that we haven't taken any acknowledgement of the skaters during a warm-up and just waffled away endlessly.
That's a good point. They say, hey, just be quiet, guys, and just, you know, watch the warm-up.
Feel free to let us know either way.
Yeah, no, you know, we are watching the warm-up. It's, and I know you are as well, so. We comment on the skater already in the program, so it's difficult to. But you had mentioned a couple times you saw, you know, a challenging warm-up, but then a great skate, so you're paying attention. That's good.
Yeah, well, and I think that another example of a skater's preparation and mental tenacity and strength, whether or not the warm-up was good or bad. And interestingly, we were chatting to the leaders of the short program in the pairs competition, Jasmine Desrochers and Kieran Thrasher, and they were just saying about, practice was good, practice wasn't perfect, but we never want a perfect practice. And even an example of a world champion who could perhaps not complete the program if it was pristine clean because they didn't want it to be any better in practice than it would be in an event, which just, demonstrates that even the world champions can have superstitions and little mental hang-ups.
Well, that's interesting, superstitions. I always had to put my left skate on first. I could not go on the ice if I put my right skate on first. So
wow,
yeah, kind of weird.
But
a lot of skaters have superstitions.
Yeah, I mean, a
lot of athletes do.
Yeah, I mean, I know Olympic champions Jane Torval and Christopher Dean, and I think even now the way in which Chris places their guard, he takes Jane's guards when they step on the ice, and he's very conscientious about the way that they are placed down. And even now, they've been skating together 50 years, and that's something that's ingrained.
That's not an A-type personality, is it?
Oh yeah, that's, I mean...
We're all kind of like that, really.
Yeah, well, yeah. Every skater has that potential.
I don't know, I think they should, like, serve ice cream or something in the kiss and cry.
I think Donghan Yu and coach Hyun Jong-chi are very deserving of some ice cream.
Yeah.
Although, that said, you know, he's only 13, like, you shouldn't be giving him sugar before bed.
What? You shouldn't be giving ice cream before bed?
You shouldn't have sugar before bed.
Oh,
that's
sugar.
Naughty.
Oh, naughty. Is that kind of
naughty.
like scuffle?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I wonder how many people have a hard time interpreting what we talk about.
And what I'm going to actually just quickly check is what time it is.
Yeah, because we're going to be coming up on 10 minutes pretty soon.
I should have checked. Actually, we'll be checking in with her.
Well, we didn't
friends.
think it would happen again, but there's only judging time is, I don't know, 3:49 already.
What's interesting when I think of, and I don't know for Donghan Yu, I know that he obviously represents Korea. I'm not sure of the city which he trains in, but in Pyongyang, the time there is 6 hours ahead, so it's 4:51 in the morning. So I'm referencing the lateness of night, but it depends how well that Donghan has pre-prepared in regards to the time zone change as well, because maybe the other factor I'm considering is, are his family at home watching, and have they now stayed up all night long till 4:52 now to see how he has fared? And they just, maybe who knows, maybe his family are at home watching and they have to go to work tomorrow and they stayed up all night to see their precious charge.
Okay, it's one of the things I like about you when we have these long breaks. You are able to fill, I don't know where you come up with all just kidding.
This is actually where I should have, you know, I'm very, very fortunate that we've got friends around the world that sometimes check in, and some, really, really lucky there are some skating enthusiasts and skating friends who will give us information. This is when we should have on-call guest commentators.
Yes, everybody on call, exactly. And just a reminder, we will be having some guest commentators throughout the Junior Grand Prix season next year, or next week. We will have Jason Brown joining us in Ostrava in the free program. There's the scores for the short program. They're up. No extra warm-up, I hope. 54.22. Donghan Yu of Korea is currently in 10th place. A little rub on the head, a little pat on the back. There is our next competitor. 14-year-old Sena Takahashi. Kind of new on the Junior Grand Prix. He's coached by Mia Hamada. And he is going to skate in the short program to the Greatest Showman.
Well, if the only mistake is stumbling to maintain your finish position, that's testament to a great debut internationally for Sena Takahashi. And I'd seen some of the scores from his domestic events. He won the Gensen Summer Cup with a 73.81 short program there, and this confirmation of that level of quality. And to me, when we compare the brilliance of the Koreans and the Japanese, there's just that little bit more quality and refinement in the skating skills. And I was particularly impressed with Sena. He just seeming to have a little bit more depth of knee and length of extension of the free leg.
Very soft knees. And he also skated very free. So what that means is his choreography was big, was open. It reached to all sides of the building. His joy, you could see clearly.
And I think you caught, Ted, some of these little nuances early on. And
look at that triple axel pop up off the ice, so tight and fast in the air. Here's the triple lutz, gets the free leg back, triple toe loop. Not as tight as you maybe want to be in the air, but still good enough at this stage. Triple flip. You could see Mia Hamada's coach jumping in the background.
Every spin, level 4 with a very positive grade of execution. The step sequence also coming in at the maximum level 4, but not just revered by the technical panel of the judges, bolstering that score with good grade of execution. I think we could be in line to see a seismic score, even dwarfing that of the amazing 73.81 he has achieved.
This probably will be his new personal best for sure, because he had everything. It was a balanced skater, technically and for program components, and just the pure joy of skating. Watch for the reaction. He is an 81.05. That was a surprise for the coach and the skater.
Sena Takahashi making a statement at the first event on the Junior Grand Prix.
Absolutely. He's becoming a believer now. Wow. Our next competitor represents Finland, Arttu Juusola, 19 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, was 9th last season in Gdansk. With a good resume of international competition experiences, 62.21, pretty good score, personal best back in 2023. He'll skate the short program to the Memoirs of Geisha, original soundtrack.
Well, we've had the youngest skater in this group, and now to the eldest competitor in the men's event in Riga, Arttu Juusola from Finland. And I'd heard that he had improved a lot this summer, and there's definitely confirmation of that, and a great example of a skater who's stayed in the junior ranks, developed, and now showcasing, to me at least, in my coverage of the Junior Grand Prix, a much more self-confidence.
Yeah, more mature and seasoned skater. Of course, at the age of 19, if he had more time, but he's made that significant improvement over the past season.
For sure, for sure. And I remember thinking, I think it was last season, thinking, oh, this young man has great potential. And you can see that with that elevation and quality of rotational position.
How he got into that second triple toe. He was on a lean in the first one, but stayed with it. And there's the double axel, a little bit forward on the landing, but still good. It's been at the end, or change combinations, pardon me, at the end of the program.
And actually, what we're seeing here with the difficult position from sit to camel, what we used to see previously was that skaters would go from sit to camel catch, a difficult variation. But now the criteria this year, there are implications on repeating positions or doing too many variations. So we're seeing now the new fashion is from sit to a bent leg camel.
And that is a really hard feature because you're going fast, centrifugal force, and then you've got to open yourself up and try to keep the speed. Not easy. Well, 62.21 is his best score in the short program.
Interesting to acknowledge just that the program component scores for Arttu on this occasion don't seem to be too favourable. The presentation component score coming in under the 5-point marker, so perhaps there will be disappointment for Arttu when he sees the impression from the judge.
Short program scores are 54.23. That'll put Arttu currently in the 11th place. Our final competitor, 16-year-old Jarvis Ho from Hong Kong. Second Junior Grand Prix season. He was 15th last year in Bangkok at the Junior Grand Prix. He's coached by Lap Kan, Lincoln Yuan, and Yi Wang. 47.66 personal best in the short program. And he'll skate to Crouching Dragon, Hidden Tiger.
The final competitor of the first day of competition in Riga, 16-year-old Jarvis Ho from Hong Kong. And I saw he traveled his first flight from Hong Kong to Helsinki, 14 hours, then another 7-hour flight to Riga. This, a skater who has had to endure long travel and a long day. And how wonderful that he's then so delighted to have skated, despite those circumstances, as best as he could.
I think this is one of the latest finishes we've had on the Junior Grand Prix. Oh, he doesn't believe this slide coming out past 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And, great salute to the athletes for hanging in there and doing their best. Such a late hour. Let's take a look at some of the elements. The triple toe loop and the second triple toe. Good fight to hang on. Yeah, exactly. And the triple flip. And gets that done quickly with the free leg coming back into a twizzle. And then the double axel. A little more cautious here. Wants to carry a little bit more speed through it and a little bit more across the ice.
And we've referenced as we watch this spin. Actually, Ted, I should acknowledge we're talking about the spins. When I contacted Jarvis on social media, he'd said that last year in Bangkok, we had acknowledged that the spins were his weakest element, and consequently he has been practicing hard. So kudos to him for taking on board the information from all the sources. Obviously, he's got wonderful coaches, and just exploiting the chance to get any information from any, and look at the gratitude he has to all those involved in his team.
Yeah, he's thrilled to be here. You can see that in his face. And he had a good skate for himself.
I'm proudly representing
friends and family back home watching, and they're waving at them right now. And I'm not sure
there's some significance for that.
Yeah. There's the heart. You got it.
And we just, we don't know all the stories. That little green star that Jarvis took from that bag obviously has some poignant significance, and I presume a reference back to somebody at home who's been supporting, and we just can't acknowledge enough the support that allows these skaters to be here.
Yeah, we see the one skater and maybe the coaches, but we don't know the army, the families, the
village.
Yeah, the schoolmates, everyone. Short program score for Jarvis, 53.32. That's 13th. They seem to be very happy with that score. That'll put him in 13th place. And we will see the final standings here. And there they are, Sena Takahashi from Japan, 81.05. What a brilliant skate that was. Nikita Sheiko from Israel, that was a great skate as well, 75.61. And Lee Jaekeun from Korea, 73.78. Your top three, Japan, Israel, and Korea. And a look at the rest of the field. Well, Mark, that concludes our competition coverage of day one here at the 2024 ISU Junior Grand Prix in Riga, Latvia. Tomorrow's a big day. We start with the rhythm dance, your expertise. I'm going to be pushing buttons, and you're going to be talking, and I'm thrilled about that. And then that follows with the Paris free program, and we'll finish with the women's free tomorrow night. We're supposed to finish at 9:40 tomorrow, so it's going to be an early night.
Yes, and the first medals to be decided in this first event on the Junior Grand Prix 2024, so you do not want to miss it.
And I'm hoping to get a voice back, or maybe people wish I don't, but
we'll see.
That's okay. We want to thank everybody for joining us here on day one of the Junior Grand Prix. For all of us here at the ISU and Mark Hanruddy, I'm Ted Barden. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone.
Something wrong.